How much does this big browse button annoy anyone else?
What big browse button? Hi, everybody.
Twitch.
We are back and live for Roll It Slant Presents Unexpected Arrivals. Welcome, cast. How is everyone?
I'm annoyed by this browse button.
What browse button?
Sorry. Anyway.
What are you talking about?
We're gonna do great tonight. It's gonna be awesome.
Has everybody else been planning what you're gonna do?
I sure hope so.
I have been sitting here thinking about how literally the only thing that I can do is give people bardic inspiration.
It's just be like, go on,
How
guys.
do you do that with sand?
She's not in the sand.
I'm not in the
No,
sand.
but we can't hear her.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. So I will do nothing.
Does suffocating blocks hearing?
You're not deafened. They're different conditions. I will let you hear, maybe, depending on how deep it gets.
Maybe. Oh my
How tall is the sand?
Just,
It's at 10 feet, but it's not like...
How tall is Nomarius?
Oh yeah, you're like doubly covered.
Just saying.
Alright. I mean, it'll be like a perception check type deal, right?
Hmm.
Alright, before we get too far into that, a couple of quick
I'm
announcements.
super zoomed in.
Yeah,
I'm super zoomed
that's
in.
because we use the program Zoom for our conference calls. So when you connect to us, you are zoomed in.
Now I have to look at the two things.
So, first of all, first exciting news, we launched our website today. Go and check it out at rollitslant.com. There's some fresh, juicy new blog posts there on D&D and D&D related subjects. There's links to lots of good publications there. And of course, last but not leastly, all of your unexpected arrivals content also makes its way there after we stream it. So if you miss an episode or want to go back and check out one of the episodes that we successfully managed to download and transfer to Twitch, you can do that. It actually goes almost all the way back to the beginning of this current campaign arc. So if you want to find out how screwed up this was at the beginning, how many opportunities we had to fix it, you can go check that out. What else have we got?
Motivational speeches, apparently.
Motivational speeches?
This is very, very motivational. I appreciate it. All the mistakes along the way. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. No. What would an intro be without a little belittling of your players?
Yeah.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember.
Wait, what? When you're chasing greatness, just remember.
Okay.
All right. So, if you haven't
What's
already,
happening?
go follow us on YouTube and Twitter. Roll it slant on both of those, all one word. We would very much appreciate it. As we are trying to grow the name a bit and expand content. We've got some big plans for new shows and games coming soon, which should be great and give us all more chances to play Dungeons and Dragons, which is the thing we like to do.
Is this stream live there as well?
On YouTube?
No, on the Roll
Twitter
Slant thing you've been speaking.
I don't actually know. Dora designed most of the website, and I just
There is not
criticized
currently
it.
a spot that actually physically live streams it. I
Okay, I was
don't
just
know
wondering.
enough about Twitch to know how to embed things.
I will show you later.
Okay. In the next week.
Next week on Watch It on the Website. You can watch it on the website. And finally, I would be remiss if I did not thank our sponsor for tonight's game and our campaign ongoing, Roll20.
Roll20.
Roll20. Thank you very much for sponsoring us and keeping us going. We've been using Roll20 for nigh on probably a couple of years now to do all of this. Love it. If you haven't checked it out, it's a great way to play online.
It's
Also,
crazy to look at the number of hours you've played.
Yeah, because it
On
also
Roll20.
counts if you're a DM, it counts whatever you're logged into the game. So any hours you spent prepping, it's all in there. So I have I don't know.
I have hundreds.
I have 6,000 hours on there right now. I think something ridiculous. So go see if you can beat our point total, or just sign up and play games. Also, thanks to Kevin MacLeod and Adrian Von Ziegler for providing music for today's episode. Should be good. I love music in my things. If you need royalty-free music for stuff, check both of them out. You can find them on YouTube or on the interwebs. And I think that's it for announcements. Does anyone else have announcements?
Who did your art for the site?
We don't currently have any art on the site.
You know your logo.
Oh, Casey.
Well, cool.
I did all the things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the new
Looks
Roll It
nice.
Slant logos and stuff. Here, we can... yeah, we'll put that up there for a second. Yeah, look, there's the Roll It Slant logo. Very nice. And our faces even very nicer. All right, you guys ready to play some Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes.
Excellent. Are you sure you're ready? Because I'm not ready yet.
Is there a rest in peace link here on Roll? The character's about to go away.
Yeah, a little eulogy page. All right.
Remember, it was Dirt. No. It was Porthos. No, it wasn't Porthos. Who was it? Aramis. Aramis died.
Aramis, yes. So, last time on Unexpected Arrivals, players finally having charged all of the remaining key swords to open the Temple of the Elders and retrieve the Staff of the Elders, a very powerful artifact from the ancient race of forgotten elves known as the Ria Rakul. We're off to great wording so far. This ancient race of I cannot say that phrase. Ancient race of elves known as the Ria Rakul, the original inhabitants of the Dracora Empire itself. Now, nestled deep underground under the capital city of Chora, of the Chora Empire, the players find themselves in the Temple of the Elders. They opened it using the energy from the charged swords they've managed to collect, and from those provided by the Empire itself, having procured 2 of the swords, the players having the other 2. A deal was struck as to the fate of the staff once it is finally proclaimed, if it is finally taken from the temple itself. But before they do that, the players have found themselves in a dangerous predicament. Their first entry into the temple itself was met with a vague, almost poetic warning, and then a trap.
That was ignored.
As the players have found themselves now in what is effectively a giant hourglass that they pulled the stopper between the 2 sections, the glass inverted, and now they find themselves trapped inside, having sand pouring down on top of them. We spent last episode ending with initiative being rolled, and then 10 feet of sand coming cascading down on our characters. Some of them now lying prone, buried in the sand underneath, as Tebrin managed to scamper up the wall in some hope of doing something later to save them, but unable to climb through the small orifice between the 2 rooms to head on up. Does anyone remember what the quote is that was your warning?
Reigns of time mark the passage to the end.
There we go.
So, with that in mind, we're now going to start back into the order where we left off. Kendra, you are up at initiative count 20. Tebrin has already gone at 29.
So we confirmed we cannot cast any spells because we're suffocating, right?
You can certainly try.
That I don't know what that means.
So
Means there may be consequences.
sand is pouring down.
Mhm.
If you want to try to like block your mouth, I mean it hasn't removed the air, so you can make an attempt. But
Okay.
should the attempt fail, your mouth will fill with sand and you will immediately be considered out of breath and enter the suffocating condition.
Okay, so that sounds like not a good idea. Can I just try and crawl through sand?
Yep. This will be a strength check to see if you can get moving, and you will move at are you prone?
Yep.
All right, so it'll take half of your movement to rise up. Because you're buried in sand, it'll take another sort of half of that. So it'll take all of your movement to get just to sort of be standing, which for you will mean that your head gets to stick out.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna do this Tides of Chaos.
So yeah, so it's just a strength check when you're ready.
So, Tides of Chaosing this. And I guess I will
All right.
spend luck as well. And pray for 4.
All right, so what's the total?
11.
All right, so with a total of 11, straining as hard as you can feel the muscles kind of tweak in your back as you manage to kind of spin around and right yourself and kind of get on to about what you figure to be sort of in a sitting position, so now like in a vertical orientation, but not able to pull yourself all the way up. So that'll use all of your movement.
Can I use like dash action? Does dash action apply here?
I will say if you want to use your action, you can continue. You're not technically dashing, but
Okay, wait, action, sure.
so it'll be the way we'll do this is for every like set of your movement, we'll have one strength check to see how effective that movement is.
Well,
Now we have
What
this
was it?
policy where we announce it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna react unless you guys actually
can a lack of announcement be an announcement in and of itself?
No.
No? Okay,
because
3.
the stream needs to know.
I
All right,
rolled
so
3.
the 3 not able to. You try as you might to try to stand. You see sort of a little bit of a little bit of light peeking through, but don't manage to even get your head above the sands. So, any bonus action, or shall we move on?
I don't think I have anything. Hold on. Is my boar still alive?
Your boar is still alive.
Hold on.
Actually, how many hit points does it have?
Probably not enough. Let me look real quick. Boars have 11 hit points.
All right. Did it succeed on its saving throw to remain? To make a strength save for it to see if it
I will do that.
is knocked prone.
It's got a better strength score than I do. I think it's 10.
All right, so it succeeds. It takes 6 points of damage from the sand, collapsing in on it. So it has 5 hit points left. It is currently buried under this avalanche of sand.
Okay, it's gonna try and crawl up out. God, it's so good.
What did it roll?
19.
All right, so sort of shimmies and wiggles and not having quite as much surface area as everyone else. Does manage to get its little snout out. Tevin, you see the first head, and you're like, oh, thank God, my companions are here. And you just see this little like snout come out, and then the head sort of tosses the sand off, and it just looks up at you, it's like, "Arr!"
That's the new party leader.
Yep. All right. It is now Karut's turn. Karut is going to attempt to get a spell off here. Let's see. Does this
Transmute
has-
sand to.
I'm just
Up
looking at
on,
his
but-
spell list. If he's invisible, the sand can't see him. All right.
Fireball.
Is that how that works?
Fireball. Inside sand.
Turn the sand to glass. It's perfect.
All
That's
right.
a good point. Were the walls glass?
Yeah, or were they stone?
The walls
think
are
they're stone.
stone. All right. Make his roll here.
They went to all this trouble to make this shaped trap, but they don't even get to watch this.
Oh,
I think
Agthumon's
they're
watching
dead.
everything.
All right. As all this happens, you do see Tebrin. You see this sort of puff of silverish gray swirling smoke as Karut just appears up above and kind of just starts looking around. He kind of looks up at you and sees and surveys the area, and then immediately starts trying to like dig in down below. He's going to use his action to try to dig for whomever is below him, who is Affy. Affy is going to try her little heart out to stand up. She has a -1 strength modifier, though. Come on, Affy. Nice. So, Affy, with all of her movement, you see finally a hand burst up there.
What's the result?
Affy got a 17.
Affy got a
Or
16.
16.
A
Sorry,
16.
16.
She rolled a 17.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just narrate for them and tell you what's happening.
Okay for you, I see.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I could roll all this secret and you just know. So her hand sort of bursts up, and Karut, sort of digging through, pulling the sand out of the way, kind of grabs and helps her up, pulling her out. She kind of stands up again, looking around, sort of paces out a little bit around outside, but is up out of the sand, at least for the moment. But the level just keeps pouring in as it's just slowly rising. They're trying to stand and get on top of it. Akira, you are up.
I'm going to try and get myself out first, using all of my movement and actions.
Okay.
What is it that I have to roll?
Let's do a single strength roll first to see if you can. Are you prone?
Yes.
Okay. So strength roll, and this will see if you can get to standing, and then we'll do another one to see if you can get out.
I rolled a 12.
Unfortunately, you try as you might, you kind of move up, but as you do, sand kind of settles in back around you, and you can't quite get purchase on something, so not able to stand from sort of being knocked on your back.
Okay.
If you want to use your action, you can kind of try that again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So make another one. Strength.
One more strength check.
14.
All right, that is enough to kind of push your way to your feet. Your head kind of goes, your body's still underneath the sand, but your head kind of pops out. You're able to take a breath there. And if you have any bonus actions, you can use those, but otherwise you're just sort of a head in the sand.
No bonus actions, head in the sand.
All right, Roswell, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna do my strength saving throw or strength throw to stand.
All right, it's a success. You managed to push up.
Okay, and
Your head is not above the ground.
No, correct. It is not. I'm a tiny wee thing.
Oh, you tiny wee thing.
So then I'm going to go and sorry. Oh, Sam.
No, I thought I was going over it. I swear.
It's okay, buddy. It's all right. You just tripped. It's all good.
It's all right.
The first casualty of the night has been claimed.
I'm sad that she muted the rest of this.
Don't you ever come to this neighborhood again.
I think that's exactly. You're reading her lips, aren't you?
Does anyone
I'm
have
Roswell
observant?
Threadbane.
Oh, wait.
I will cave in your skull with my mace.
Everything's okay, and now I have to, climb out of sand. It's fine.
Excellent.
This was nothing compared to what I'm doing. Okay. Anyway, so all right. So I stand up now. Given my ring of free action, I'm gonna. How much movement do I try to get to climb?
Given your ring of free action, you can move through sand as if it was just sort of regular movement.
Okay, so I'm gonna move up, climbing up.
Yep.
Right.
So you pull your way free of the sand up to the top.
Do I still have a action left?
So it would be half your movement to get standing at no penalty, and then you can climb up through the sand. So that would be your movement just to get up, so you do have an action.
All right. Am I anywhere near close to the wall of the
unless you climbed into where all the sand is pulling down, it's all walls. This thing is only it's only 25 feet in diameter, so it's pretty small.
Okay.
How
so
big
what I'm gonna try to do is I would like to stone shape into the wall I kind of have two goals here. One is to see if I can actually make a hole in this hourglass, but if I can't, I at least want a ledge to try and stand on with a firm purchase, right? So I can do 5 feet in, so it will minimally give me a step, but if it goes through the wall, it would also create a hole for sand to drain out of. Does that make sense?
So you're trying to make a 5-foot deep hole into the wall.
Correct. So and probably square enough for a foot to go in. Or I guess I want it as big as I can make it.
Okay. And how big can you make it?
Let me link it. Hang on 1 second. 4th level stone shape. No more than 5 feet in any dimension. So I didn't know if that meant
So that means you can do a 5-foot cube max.
All right, I would like to try and do that.
Okay. So casting the spell, easy enough. You go through and it just indents into the wall. There's this nice sort of cut out 5-foot cubic area, and the sand kind of reaching that level kind of spills out. How high up on the wall did you want to do this?
As high as I could have, gotten to. I think I was going to do it above.
Do you need to touch the point you're doing it?
Yes. That's why I was asking. I was at the wall.
Okay, so you can do it maybe, let's just say 5 feet above sort of the level of the sand, which is about halfway up the wall. It's 30 feet until you get to the sloped sort of cone part.
Okay.
So we'll put this at 15 feet up. So between 15 and the top of it's at 20.
Okay.
You just see stone behind it. It's just sort of this indentation, and it's still the same sort of looking stone that the rest of it is in.
Yeah. Okay. So, but at least I've got something to try and climb into.
Yep.
Okay. So, but I still kind of can touch it. Yeah, because I had to touch it to do it, so I can okay. And I yelled at everybody. I kind of made a notch in the wall yelling. I don't know. So there we go.
All right. Some of you hear. Numerius, you are up.
Yes. In a strange turn of event, I'm going to try to use my strength to stand.
All right.
Here's the character sheet. It's the wrong character sheet. This is the one where I can roll and roll 20. Just a strength roll, not athletics. Is that correct?
If you'd like to use athletics, I'll allow it.
I mean, you know, extra proficiency numbers. So yeah, clearly, I would like to use that.
Because this is an athletic feat, and it is sort of climbing too. So, all right, that'll definitely be enough.
Well, I don't know.
Pretty easily shoot yourself up. You can feel the sand kind of like trickling down through your armor as you do. It's very hot.
I would like to now breaststroke my way to the top.
Swimming up, you do manage to
Sidestroke.
breach up.
Backstroke.
You see in like this Free Willy moment, he just
Butterfly on
pops
out.
up. Yeah.
Seeing. All right. So how much movement did it take? So my because of my boots, my move speed is 50.
Okay,
so
so
25
half
after I
your
stand.
movement to stand, and then you got to go up 10 feet, so that's 20. So you have 5 more feet of movement ish.
Do I have enough? Depending on where I surface, do I have enough space to like flying fish my way into the hovel that Roswell just created?
Roswell kind of came up on the opposite side that you did. So
I don't like your attitude one bit.
So next to you is where Karut and Affy are, and then Tebrin's kind of like up in the corner, up to your right. You can see him, and then Roswell, you can just sort of barely see her across the way through the sand coming down.
So the only person I don't have eyes on is Kendra.
Correct.
Is that correct?
You can
You also see the boar.
You see
so
the
yes.
boar as well. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to start going back down to try to retrieve Kendra.
Okay, so we're gonna start digging.
Yeah, like
Or are you gonna try to?
we all 1, 2, 3, 4. Kendra. And
Right.
I'm just going to dive back in.
Make a perception roll to see if just sort of flailing around. Make a strength perception roll to see if you can kind of push this side out. Never gotten to do that. Strength perception roll.
Well, now I have to do it manually. So let's
Yeah.
see. Strength +5. Perception is actually trained. What?
Is it because of your shield or?
It is. So it's actually the same as a strength saving throw for me.
Okay, you can click
Or,
that.
or exactly athletics, actually. I'll just use my athletics. It has both the proficiency and I've rolled with all of my +9, I got a 12 total.
All right, so
Wait,
just sort of
I can't see him.
sticking your hands down, you kind of flail them around. You don't bump into Kinder or anything. You don't manage to come across anything that seems like it isn't sand.
Okay. And I guess it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, just in case it comes up. I took a deep breath as I start burrowing back in.
Good to know.
So-
All right.
Yeah.
Tebrin, you are up as Nomarius breaches up, looks around, then you just see him dive back down into the sands after doing a quick head count.
Okay, I am going to do the same thing where I look down and like try to figure out who's unaccounted for, and then I'm going to yell as loud as I can, Kendra, I swear to God, if you die here, I'm going to kill you myself. And that will be a bardic inspiration to you.
All right, Kendra, make a perception roll at disadvantage.
Wait, you think I'm gonna make this save? You can't kill me if I don't make my save. Oh my god.
All right.
I guess you can kill me.
You do manage to hear the
As
bardic
you're dying, you
inspiration.
hear threats.
Yeah.
So that is 1d8 for you.
Great. I can't wait to make it 9.
And I'm going to go a little bit further down the wall and try to position myself in a way that like I might be able to help and like hold the help action. Can I do that? Because I don't want to like drop all the way down where I'm in a position that I could get buried.
What
again,
specifically are you helping?
I want to try to help anybody I can get up the wall.
Okay. We can say you hold that.
Okay, I have very limited options right now of things I can do.
Judging by the rate the sand is rising, they will be very close to you soon.
Okay.
All right, so you are you are up 30 feet, so you're coming down 15 feet, which means you'd only be like 5 feet above the sand.
Okay, yeah, then I'm gonna go down. Well, yeah, let's say 10, 15 feet. Hold the help action to grab anybody who comes close enough to kind of like try to help them up a bit.
All right.
I guess
That's fine.
I hit things with my sword. This is not my forte. So, but that's the end of my turn.
After your turn, the sand is kind of pulling up, but we're doing it all in one turn. So this is another 10 feet of sand. If you are above the sand, you have advantage on this check to get up. If you are below the sand, you have disadvantage on this check. So I need all of you to make just a straight strength check to see. Actually, if you're already buried in the sand, you don't make a check at all. You just stay where you are. So
what if we're burrowing?
If you're burrowed, then you are in the sand, so you have to make the check. So it is DC 15.
Wait, is it save or just straight?
Just a straight.
Okay.
You can make a strength save, I guess. Save is fine.
I mean,
that's a 9 for me.
It's also.
All right, 27 for Nomarius. And,
I got a 27.
Tebrin, you do have to make this because you are within 10 feet of the surface of the sand. You've crawled down low enough.
Is it just a straight check though?
Just a strength save.
Strength save.
To see if you can keep from getting knocked
Advantage if you're
prone
above it.
Advantage if you are above it. You are above it.
Okay.
Spider Tebrin.
All right, 15. So you succeed. So anyone who is already above it, who succeeded, you manage to kind of like just keep pressing your way up as it's going, and you maintain your position above it. Anyone below, if you did not make it, you are going to take an additional.
What is the save?
DC is 15.
15.
So you take another 10 points of bludgeoning damage. The crushing force of stuff pounds down on top of you. This is going to be Karut's save. Let's see. He does not succeed. And poor Affy rolls a 17. She's fucking beast. It's fine. All right, so Affy manages to crawl her way back up. Karut is sort of now buried up to his neck in sands. And those of you who didn't succeed, Roswell and Akira, you're both knocked prone where you stand, and you're now buried with another 10 feet of sand on above you. And that will bring us to Kindra.
Can I try and like turn so I'm like facing down and just like brace myself so I could try and get room to say words?
Yes. I will give you advantage on the check to see if you can get it off. So how would you like to what are you going to try to Yeah, what would you like to try to do to try to like prevent this from happening? What is your plan here?
Wait, prevent what from happening?
Suffocation.
Getting sand in your mouth. You're trying to
No breathing.
I'm trying. Oh, okay. So I'm trying to wriggle so I can have my back facing up, so that any new sand isn't going straight into my mouth the second I try and open it.
Okay. So let's make a strength check. DC 15.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I have. Wait, hold on. I have one.
You do have a bardic inspiration
and 1d4. So okay, if I roll max on both, I don't think it's worth it to roll.
But it'd be epic if you do.
Yeah, but I'll die if I don't.
Yeah, you won't. You won't do it, but still, it'd be epic.
It's up to you.
I'm not gonna roll for the hope that I get
Okay.
max.
So
2 rolls, not to.
You trying to use your movement to turn around, you just can't quite. You get about halfway, so you're kind of like side on now. It's just the weight is immense, so you're getting to the point where it's incredibly difficult to even just move under there.
Oh, this reminds me. My boar is fine.
Oh God! But what about the boar?
Good.
Okay, can I use my movement now to try and climb up?
Yes.
Or is that my movement? I'll use my action now.
You can use your action to, yeah. Either way, you kind of.
How large was the thank you. How large was the in between area? How large was the grate we pulled up, the little cork?
It is a 5-foot diameter.
Oh, it's much larger than I figured. I thought it was okay. I was thinking we could maybe put the boar.
It's probably a little bit smaller than 5 feet, but effectively 5 feet for
understood
D&D sake. So yes, you are able to begin to crawl up through the sand at half speed. So you're now buried only by 5 feet of sand because you were still at the bottom, right? All right. So you've got you were prone still at the bottom, weren't you, or no?
No.
Okay, so you're 5 feet below the surface at the moment. The rest of you are. It's only about sort of 10 feet now until the slanting part.
Wait, does that mean my head is out?
No, your head is 5 feet below.
Okay.
All right. Karut is going to try to pull himself up. Here, but he's already out a little bit. He rolls a 12, so doesn't go any further under. He's going to do it again using his action to try to pull himself up. Come on, Karut rolls a 5, so he is ahead in the sand here as he is struggling. That is going to end his turn. Affy is going to think over her very brief spell list. And she's just going to use her action to start digging, or trying to dig Karut out and pull him out. She's going to make a strength check to see if she can get him at least a little bit free. Not managing to do much. She rolls a 2, and just you can see her just straining, but not even managing to rip his arm out of his socket. Akira, you are up.
I'd like to do the same thing and trying to get myself out of the situation.
All right, so another 10 feet of sand for you to worry about.
I'm also prone.
And you're prone. All right, so you managed
and
to
I rolled a 16.
Get up to standing, so your head kind of bursts out again. So if you'd like to use your action to pull yourself the rest of the way up using your dash, you can climb on top of it again.
I would. And I rolled a 5.
So with the same outcome, you see Akira's head pop out again, but not manage. You can see the sand kind of rustling around her a little bit, but not managing to get all the way out there. All right. Anything else? Bonus action?
No.
Your head is above. So, all right. Roswell, you're now buried again in 10 feet of sand as well.
All right. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Clearly at advantage. So I got a 9 because I'm prone. What? I'm so sorry. I'm so lost because I'm panicked. What's my next option?
So that's trying to use your movement. And that was the roll to see if you could use your movement to kind of go up. You can use your action now to effectively dash and try to get it back up through.
Okay. All right. So that's another
So
strength.
you can just do another one. So you get basically 2 shots at it if you're using your action.
That's an
unfortunately,
11.
no. So it's still buried.
Yeah, that's I'm buried. Cool.
So with Kendra going upward and me going downward, I was just wondering what kind of awareness do I have?
Make a perception check. This is a very easy way to answer this question. Make a
I
perception
see.
roll for me.
Let me see. All right.
This will just be a regular old perception roll. You're just sort of.
Luckily,
do you have
sand is
tremor
really easy to.
sense? This is where you should have built a character with tremor sense.
I actually think that we're all pretty much trembling, so that should help. Sand is pretty see-through, so 16.
All right. You do sort of get the sense that there is a bunch sort of shifting against the normal pattern that you've noticed so far underneath you, sort of down and to your right a little bit, and you guess the sense that you're not too far off from probably Kendra or some other creature moving through the sand. You also sort of, as you're kind of pushing past, you sort of clear out an area and it caves back in. You do see that within the sand itself, there are bones.
No, I don't. And also, I would like to continue to. So, in order to move, I need a strength roll. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Well, you can move at half speed as if you were like swimming through the sand. You have a high enough passive strength that I'll let you do that.
Oh, I passively move then.
Yeah.
Through sand.
So pulling yourself through, you kind of pull yourself forward about 5 feet, which is 10 feet of movement.
I'm gonna head down to where I detected someone you said I was close to.
With your hand out, you kind of feel something, Kendra. You feel a hand kind of like press against your face and then kind of like go down and hit your shoulder. It feels like Kendra.
Feels really, really snob. Kendra!
Can I make a bite attack?
I'm going to try to do a force choke.
Kendra begins to suffocate.
Wait, not the force. I'm just going to choke her and try to lift her up. I would like to, from here on, hold my initiative to assist strength roll athletics for Kendra to.
Okay, so you go down, you eventually sort of clasp onto her arm, and you can feel joining on. So holding the help action for next time she tries to climb, you're going to help her pull up, which will give her advantage on that check. Great. And we're back at the top of the order. Tebrin. You are prone and buried right now, right? Or did you make your save?
I made my save.
Okay, so you are up still on top. There's 10 more feet and then the angle. You do notice, looking around, since you've kind of like had the most perspective on all of this, the rate at which the sand is falling is beginning to slow a bit. Not quickly, but it is starting to begin to slow.
Okay. Has it slowed to the point where I feel like if I scampered up, I might be able to force my way up through the hole?
You can certainly try, but there's still a very large volume of sand coming.
Okay. I can't do anything. I am going to. I guess I'm gonna start shouting for Roswell, as well, and try to get her a bardic inspiration.
Okay, make a perception roll for me, Roswell.
14.
You just hear a little bit of a muffle, and you're like, that's, and then your brain kind of like, oh, that's Tebrin's voice, and you kind of click in and understand, just ever so muffled.
So that's 1d8 for you. And
what do you say to her?
Please don't die. And I am going to... Would scampering up the wall be an action? Would it be my movement?
You haven't used your...
All I've used is a bonus.
You're going to make a climbing check to try to do it, but you can use your movement to do so.
And is that athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics. Climbing is always athletics, despite how many times
every
players
time
who are dex-based ask.
Just want to parkour up the wall, okay. Okay, here comes that. Not great, that is an 8.
Yeah, so you can't quite get a handhold anywhere, so you spend sort of the whole time just taking half a little bit of a step, going up, sliding down, trying to grab on somewhere else. Not quite fighting the same way up you had before.
And so I still have my action left.
Yep, that'll be your movement was spent trying to do that.
And who is head in the sand at the moment?
Akira is head in the sand. You don't see Kendra. You probably don't see Numerius anymore. And you see Affy trying to pull Karut out, who's also head in the sand.
I am going to go and I'm going to go and try to help Akira.
Okay. So going over and just help action for her.
Yes.
All right. So as this is all happening, another 10 feet of sand pours down on top of you. I need anyone who's in the sand, I need strength saving throws from.
And on top of the sand?
And if you're on top, with advantage.
3.
This is for Karut.
14.
Natural 20.
And this is for Affy at advantage. She rolls a 0 and a 9.
26.
All right, so those of you who are above the sand and succeed, you just kind of keep going up with the level. Those of you underneath will take half of this in crushing damage.
Even succeeding?
You succeed for half damage, yeah.
Like your attitude.
It's a lot of sand. So 9 points of bludgeoning damage. And if you're above and you fail, you get knocked prone again and take the damage. So, I did roll for Karut. Karut fails. So he takes 9. All right. Affy also fails and takes the 9. So as this is all happening, those of you who are up above and sort of see this going, with Affy sort of lower down trying to help Karut, pulling sort of frantically, doesn't quite keep track of the stand, and you see her kind of turn at the last second, for those of you who are up top, and she goes and she kind of like yells out, and then you just see it like pummel and her head just slams against the wall, and you see her go unconscious.
Wait, what hit her?
The sand just knocked her down
sand
into the
knocked her
wall
out.
as it was knocking her over. So she is now unconscious.
We should just have a warning sign that we carry around that says, "Do not leave us in charge of teenagers."
All right. Kendra, you are up as you feel Numerius strong arm.
You better believe I'm gonna fail another strength save.
What? With advantage? Because you have the help?
It is
Don't
advantage.
need it. Oh wait, I guess I could ignore his crit. Or I could roll.
Exactly.
Or you can roll exactly the same thing. All right, so 15 is exactly what you need. Begin yourself pulling up. Your head pops up. We'll say for the sake of this, Numerius, you're kind of like pushing your way up kind of with it. Since it would be really hard to help her all the way up from below her. I guess you could be pushing her, but...
The second my head pops,
Yep.
I would like to cast Blink.
Okay.
And then...
It's ethereal sand. You're going to be in trouble.
Oh no. Disappear! Whew.
Does
All
that
right.
ever happen? Wait a minute.
Roll a 20... All right. I looked at Blink here. That sounds good. Karut is up. He is buried yet again. All right. He is going to try to make a strength check to get going up. Does not succeed, and we'll try to use this action to dash. If he can go there. Also does not succeed, so Karut remains buried. Affy. I will make her death saves in private.
Well, it's not that private.
All right. Kira.
I again would like to get out of here.
You have advantage.
Oh, I do?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
helping you.
Tebrin's helping
Oh.
you.
Cool.
Well,
Because
Tebrin
I'm
down.
not strong. That'd still be a 4.
That was the better roll.
The other one was a 3, so me is dragonborn. Me is weak.
All right. You have another go at it if you want to use your action to dash.
Yep.
Do I get to help on this one too?
Sure.
12. I rolled the same thing.
All right. Try as you might. Can't quite pull your way up, even with Tebrin going. Dragonborns are heavy. All right. Roswell.
Okay. Strength. Here we go.
You
All of
have
my-
a D8.
I know. I'm hanging on. Oh God. I will
You
use
have
that
to roll
part.
an 8. DC is 15.
Oh, I thought you said it was 14. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. I've got another chance though, right? Because of my free action ring. All right. So I'm going to roll a strength again.
Well, you get another chance anyway.
There we go.
There we go. All right. So, okay.
All right.
Oh, right. Because of dash, right?
Yeah. So you
Okay.
pop up.
I pop up. All right. I am going to try and climb to get a hold on the stone shape that I just made.
Yeah. And as you see, the sand is now kind of hitting that indentation you made in the wall. So rather than all pounding down on one spot, it's spreading out a little bit in there and starting to fill.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the level's not quite rising as fast now, which is good.
So if I can try and get there and step into it, so at least I've got a foothold. So if it pounds down again, I've got something to kind of cling
you
on
manage to with the ring of free action, you can kind of pull your way through. It's almost like swimming through like thick water rather than like being in a solid. And you're able to pull yourself up to standing. It's maybe about ankle deep now in your little alcove.
Okay. And then am I out of actions?
You have a bonus action. We'll see.
I do have a bonus
If
action.
you have any available.
I do. Hang on. One moment. Okay. I'm gonna cantrip Spare the Dying because as a grave cleric, I get it at 30 feet. Can I see Affy over there, kind of limp and?
She is buried kind of against the wall. You can just sort of, I'll say you can see the top of her head, but she is otherwise buried. As she was on top of it when it's coming down. So
Right.
But it doesn't come down as like one chunk. It sort of goes in the middle and spreads out. So
Sure. But I'm gonna do Spare the Dying on her right now.
okay, which is very good because she rolled a 1 on her first death save.
Yeah. So so I get it as a bonus action and at 30 feet as a grave cleric. So
Okay, so she is now stabilized.
okay.
Wow.
I'll write it in a book and give it to her later.
Okay, but she's still suffocating, so she can't be stabilized. But other than that, it's great.
Oh, well, there's that. Cool. That's my action.
All right. This is why I posted those rules earlier. All right, Nomarius, you are up. Kindra has managed to go to the surface, and as soon as you kind of like feel her break free, kind of pushing her up, you go to push, and your hand just sort of like burst through the top as she disappears, and you're just like, huh?
Huh? And then, I don't know who else is down here, but if I feel that my passive movement strength, my amazingness, allows me to continue to just dig around for a while, I'm totally going to go mole man on this and just going to try to make my way all the way to the bottom, make sure there's no bodies there, and slowly make my way up. Because I believe people can hold their breath for a good long time, unless, of course, they're unconscious for some reason. Yeah. But I wouldn't think about that.
Yeah. Let's do another strength perception roll here.
Strength perception, which is the same as my athletics.
Yeah.
The same as my athletics.
I mean, for Nomarius, that's good. That's a good thing.
It is. It happens to be pretty good. I rolled. My strength athletics is really coming through, but my strength perception is a 12.
All right. So with a 12, feeling around, it's not super hard to kind of.
I have someone.
Feel if there's like the sand's moving in a way that's not just like pressing down. If there's any lateral movement. So going around, you do kind of localize in on. You don't know who, but there's some person sort of stuck in the sand still, and it takes.
Are they moving at all?
Yeah, you can feel the sand's like it's like somebody's trying to like go like this or like push their way out. So you can feel sand kind of being pushed out laterally.
Good. Then still having an action, I will ready my action to use the help action when they have their action as my reaction.
Roger that. All right. Tebrin, we are back up.
Okay. Where is Affy right now? Is she is she in a position where I could grab her and pull her up?
She's just sort of been buried over kind of all the way flat up against one wall. So she's probably about a third of the way. The room is circular, a third of the way sort of around the circumference from you.
I want to get her head up and like get her up so she's no longer suffocating.
Okay. Make a strength check to see if you can pull her up out. DC is 13.
Straight
You're gonna
athletics?
end up backstabbing. If I know Tebrin, it's gonna be a backstab.
Just pure strength.
Oh.
Okay. 6.
All right. So you do find her head and just sort of dig down, try to lift her up by the shoulders, but the suction of the sand just keeps her held nicely in place.
Can I try it again using my action? Was that my action?
That was your action.
So you said that she's nicely in place, but is her head above the sand at all, or no?
I will say that in the act of sort of going down and getting your arms digging underneath, that you have gotten her head sort of just kind of clear.
Okay.
You haven't moved her. You haven't moved her at all, but you've moved enough of the sand because she is right towards the edge, so there's not a ton of sand right there.
I am going to try to improve her situation somewhat. I'm going to cast Healing Word at first level.
Okay.
That's good.
On her.
Sand was about to happen.
Muttering "not again" over and over again under my breath.
Is that the healing word? Not again. Not again.
And here comes that first level Healing Word. 6 points of healing.
All right, she's up to a grand total of 6 hit points.
And that was action. That was my bonus action. My movement was worth jack shit.
And down she goes.
So like, I mean, for story flavor, I'm gonna stay there and kind of keep trying to help her, but mechanically that has no effect.
Okay, so I mean, do you want to sort of like try to shield her from whatever the next thing is? I will say if you use your body to try to shield her, she will get advantage, but you will get disadvantage.
Disadvantage. That unfortunately is not be in character for him anymore.
Never mind.
But sure.
Okay.
I'll do that.
So you are shielding her. All right. So this is a roll for Karut. Nope, not good for Karut.
And I've accounted for my first level spell slot use. And I will end my turn.
All right. So, she doesn't need advantage. She does succeed. Another 10 feet of sand pouring down on top of you. need everybody to make strength saves, please.
Then
I do
Is-
not need to, correct? 'Cause I'm not
Blink,
Ten.
yeah,
in this
Blink, you
plane.
do not.
10. I am under.
All right, so under again.
oh no!
I'm gonna roll my bardic inspiration.
Okay.
I rolled a 9.
9.
Rolled a 13.
I'm sorry. I totally.
Okay, just what you needed. So Roswell, you do kind of, with the aid of that side platform, manage to go. You have to kind of like crawl your way out of it. It actually would have been really bad if you had gotten in there and then stuck in. So do you manage to get to the top, Akira? You're not like fully knocked on your back, but still upright, buried in 10 more feet of sand. Karut buried yet again in another 10 feet, so he's he's 15 feet below because he's standing. Numerius, oh yeah, you're 12. Okay, so if you failed, here's the damage coming at you. No, not 1d200, 2d10.
Please. No.
I'll risk it.
Oof.
Ouch.
Fucking hell.
So another 19 points of damage, halved if you succeed. Again, Affy just kind of inundated. She's just not strong enough to kind of keep herself and just pummels back, falling this time a bit more elegantly, but still
elegantly.
Still kind of like pressed up against the wall near you, Tebrin, taking half damage, but that's still enough to knock her unconscious. She doesn't have very many hit points at the moment. Karut also taking damage.
Ouch.
All right, everybody accounted for. And Kendra,
the damage.
you are up. Did you
Okay.
do your wild search for?
Oh, I did not.
Blink? This would be a perfect time to fireball somebody in the sand and just encase them in glass.
No. There will be no sand today. Wait, there'll be no glass
at the
today. There'll be a
top of
lot
the-
of sand today.
At the
There's
top
so
of the
much
sand is a potted plant.
So, I reappeared 10 feet up.
Okay. That is the unoccupied space, yes.
Yes. Which means I should be above the sand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm on top of sand.
So you're now standing in what appears to be a little cone, and there is sort of a 5-foot
Discord.
opening there. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually not too far off from where you're standing. And you can see that the sand itself is now significantly slowed. Those of you who are on top, it's kind of, you're being like all pushed in towards it, but it's slowing down now, so where it's just kind of like trickling in past your feet, and it's not pouring down through the full center of the thing. It's just sort of trickling down from the edges, and it seems to be abating.
Okay, I want to. Do I see anybody like around the sand? Like, do I see heads? Do I see?
Roswell is above the sand right now.
But
who else is above?
in the sand and above the sand, or just above the sand?
Roswell's fully above the sand.
Okay.
If I just failed, I'm under the sand.
You are
yes?
under 10 feet of sand, yes.
Okay.
And you don't see anyone else. What would you like to do?
I would like to climb the wall.
Okay. Make an athletics check. Given that the wall is sort of overhung at sort of a 60-degree angle, you can't quite figure out how to get started.
Okay, then I'm going to pray for. Oh, that's a 1d10. That's gonna always fail. 1d20. Alright, I do not disappear this time.
Okay. All right. It is Karut's turn. He is going to, and so you are underneath Karut, helping him at the moment. Actually, why don't I just use the wonderful rolling of Roll20 here? All right. So here comes his strength checks at advantage. All right. So advantage paying off. Karut has an 18. So he does manage to get his movement going. Kendra, you do, after you sort of survey, try to climb, you see about 5 feet away from you, you see Karut's head pop up, and as he does, you recognize the familiar verbal components to Misty Step, and he just appears up next to you, using a second Misty Step there to get out, and starts frantically looking around to see if he can find anyone else, which he does not, with a roll of a 5. All right, Effie. Good old Effie. That did not work. Okay. Kira.
I would like to try and get out of the situation once again.
Just keep digging. Just keep digging.
No kidding. And that's a 5.
All right. Use your action to dash. See if you can pull up the rest of it. All right.
17!
So again, Akira's head finally pops out. Akira, to your relief, you see that the sand is slowly filling in this section, but it appears that the worst is over in that regard. Roswell, what would you like to do? You've lost sight of Affy, and Karut has sort of appeared out kind of a quarter of the way around, looking around. You can see him kind of digging through the surface of the sand.
Okay. So, and Affy's under.
Affy's under, Nemarius is under, Tebrin is under.
And I don't necessarily know that.
We'll just say the boar has been going strong, and it's just like, just like running around in like little figure eights.
Okay, so I am gonna do. Well, Can I try and walk to the hole?
In the center of everything, you mean?
Yeah, like
yep.
How far is that ahead above me?
It's about 5 feet above you.
5 feet above me. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So way out of reach.
Because the level of sand is sort of there. So like in the center, there's kind of like a hill that goes up for the center. So you kind of walk up, and if you go to the top of the hill, there's still sand falling on you, but it's not heavy enough to like knock you down or anything. It's just
so. But I could walk to the edge and see if I can find someone along the edge.
You can certainly try.
All right.
I'm going to try a perception roll.
Yeah. Oh. I know. So sorry. All right.
She takes 1 point of kick damage.
I rolled a 20.
All right. Going through, you kind of dig down a foot or so in all of it, and you do in about the area, because you've kind of been climbing, so you've sort of maintained your sense of perception around you.
Yeah.
And you do kind of dig down where you think Affy would be, and you do find the top of Affy's head.
All right. I want to brush her, like try and like brush her off, to see if I could find her face. Okay.
You found it. It's attached to her head.
Okay. So here's the other thing I want to do. I want to do mass cure wounds from a certain point in the middle, and it will get to 60 people. It will get to 6 people.
60 people.
60 people.
All
it'll get to 6 people. I don't need to see them. I was reading my spell. I can link it. So because she's at 0, she will take the maximum of this.
Very nice. And you're casting it at
at 5th level. Okay. Yeah, 5th level. So sorry. It's not
so max of 3d8 is nice for her.
3d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is 5. Okay, 5. All right. So given that we have 7 people, I'm gonna roll, and I'm gonna make Kendra 1 and Karut 2 to see who gets the rest. Because D2. So did that? Oh, all right. So Kendra, you're gonna get that healing, and Karut is not.
Nice.
So people are gonna get 19 points.
Delicious. Thank you.
Yes.
Does it go through the impediment that we call?
I do
What am I,
not
about 20 foot of sand?
It says
Choose
it's
up
a
to
30.
6 creatures within 30-foot radius sphere centered on a point. So it doesn't say anything about line of sight or observation.
And
or anything.
I'm
you are
including
within
my.
that.
I'll take it. I was just making sure.
Yep.
Yes, and I'm
19.
including myself in that. So.
Awesome.
Okay. So, all right. And I'm going to kind of just protect, like keep an eye on Affy right there. But I'm done.
All right. No, Marius, you are up, still buried.
Okay, I failed my saving throw and took full damage. However, you said I kind of had enough strength just to move Winnie when I wanted to.
Yeah.
So I will take advantage of that and continue to search for people on the bottom, just in case. If spells are being cast that I felt like I just got healed, then I'm guessing it's dire for more than one person because they don't see me. So I'm going to keep looking,
All right.
just in case.
Give me one more strength perception roll. Just I love this.
It's another 12 for strength perception.
So going
Very
around,
consistent.
you do feel that things are more still, and you feel most of the movement coming from kind of up above you at the moment. So
someone steps on me.
As far as you can tell, there's nothing sort of moving within the vicinity of you. And
that doesn't stop me from looking.
Yeah,
just in case.
You even feel that like the general kind of like vibration level from things cascading down has gone. All right. So with that, we are now out of rounds as the sand, the last of it sort of trickles down. There's kind of this dust in the air up in the top. Those who are sort of to the side, Affy now sort of takes a breath as her body has sort of been cleared, at least her head, and you guys manage to help and pull her up on top. You stand and you see a very small sort of vertical circular tunnel above you, and it looks like a large empty chamber identical to the one that you were in. And looking straight up in the center of that sort of cylindrical chamber above you, you see that there is a portal. And everybody kind of manages to get all their way back to there. Kendra, this process probably takes a couple of minutes if you want to keep that on your blink spell.
It'll be gone by the process of a couple of minutes.
Okay. During that time, so looking up, all of you, you do see it is sort of comes in, and then there's a straight tube portion that's about 5 feet long, and then it sort of goes out and flares into the same 30-foot tall hourglass cylinder there.
I would like to fill 2 vials of empty vials I have of sand.
Okay. Easily enough done. The level of the sand infinitesimally lowers.
It's pulverized bone, Akira.
I still want it.
Okay, sure.
Are you getting a souvenir?
Okay.
It's for, just in case we might need it in the future or something.
You never know.
Okay.
So I start to pull Affy out and kind of help her. And out of my bag of holding, I grab the climbing gear that we used back in the Isle of Remnants. So
fair enough.
I don't know if anybody else had theirs, but I would like to make use of mine. So I put on the spiky shoes and whatnot, and try to there's gloves.
I do have a climber's kit.
Yeah.
So as Roswell pulls out her climber's kit, you can sort of hammer in pitons into the sides to give yourself some places to tie ropes off of. And over the process of the next let's say half an hour or so, you manage to slowly kind of dig in various points, tie ropes off, and use the climbing gear to make your way and ferry everyone back all the way into the sort of upper chamber, if you will. And looking up, you see 30 feet above you appears to be a portal. Affy kind of sits down, back sort of slumped against the wall, just kind of looking a little bit dejected, and you can tell she's like probably like right on the verge of crying, but it's just sort of just kind of like holding it back, like trying to keep up a good face.
I hand her an immaculately embroidered handkerchief and say, "It's all good, but we can't stop."
I'm gonna come like as soon as I see her. Okay, sit down. I'm gonna sit down next to her and just like kind of like nod at Roswell like I got this.
Cool. And I walk away.
She takes the handkerchief and kind of like wipes her eye a little bit, and then just looks over at you, Tebrin, a little bit skeptically.
Are you all right? I mean, aside from the obvious.
I'm fine. I just feel like I'm gonna slow everyone down.
Well,
Very particular skill set, and it is not being applied right now.
hopefully, not every room is going to be a hourglass of horrors.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, based on my research, the other room should be much harder than this.
Yes, well, I mean, what just happened wasn't in, I believe, anybody's skill set aside from Nemarius, and that's, well, it is what it is, and I think is this your first time doing something like this?
Definitely my first time being buried alive, yeah.
I meant running missions like this.
Well, we've done a few school projects. Just, basic item retrieval, sparring with some, unsightly type creatures. But this is the first time I actually thought I was gonna die, which is, it's a little much, but I think I'm used to it now. I think this is good. I can't wait to write down what I'm thinking about in this. It'll be good for my memoir.
The first time you really run something like this, something where there's a genuine danger of a death and dismemberment, is hard, but it gets easier. And I know many people who would not have handled themselves back there as well as you did.
Well,
sometimes we have to deal with things that are outside of our comfort zone and well outside of our power level, as it were. It's our ability to adapt that matters more than anything else.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. And Affy, and he's like, he stands up and like kind of offers her his hand. He says, I understand that you have no reason to trust any of us, and to be perfectly frank, if I were approaching us from the outside, I wouldn't trust us either, but we have your back.
She just sort of nods and kind of takes your hand. You pull her to her feet a bit, and she looks around. Well, how are we gonna get up there?
Well, last time I did things, there was sand, so I think it's somebody else's turn to do things now.
How far up is it?
30 feet.
I get out the rope that we untied from before. I flash the finger gun. Oh, wait. So this is 30 feet up from where I'm sitting right now.
Are you still blinking?
Yeah.
Not blinking. All right.
Kendra is just standing like this,
at the
and then
very
she blinks
top
and
of
she's
like
back,
the,
and she's like,
the down funnel, you're 30 feet away from it.
All right, cool. Finger guns and Misty step into the portal.
All right. You see Kendra disappear through the portal.
And then I throw the rope back through while holding one end.
You see a coil of 50 feet of rope. Go back down. And then you see the rope trickle down.
Try to do something first. I quickly turn around and look to tie to something before people
I
start
grab on and start
All
going.
right. I'm going to need you to roll on your roll for wild surge, please.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Roll for potted plant.
That's not a potted plant.
All right, that is good. All right, so you don't see anything. You have about 20 feet or so bite of rope left. In looking around, there's nothing that immediately strikes you as something that you can tie this onto. You're in a large sort of antechamber almost. It's just a very long rectangular room.
Okay, I'm gonna tie it to my leg.
Okay.
And
There
then
is
I'm going...
at the edge of the portal. There is kind of like a built-up lip, like there was in the previous portal that you jumped through the floor in. So you going through that, you're sort of coming up through the floor of some other thing. Right.
Wait, so there's something I can brace against?
Yeah. So it's like, imagine like a manhole cover or something, but then there's like a raised up area around it that's maybe about 4 or 5 inches tall. So if you were like sitting down, you could brace your legs.
All right, I'm
against
just,
it.
I'm not gonna waste any time here. How big is the doorway, really quick? I assume there's a doorway to one side.
So, looking around, do you want to take time to sort of survey the whole room?
I just want to take like 1 second to see if there's any kind of doorway.
All right. So, looking around, you actually see several things.
Ogres.
Going.
3 of them.
Let me.
Ghost
Sorry.
of your mother. I don't know why I thought that was funny.
That's
right.
horrifying because it could actually happen and it would be extremely bad.
Yeah, Kendra's mother's a great person. So, you find yourself in a long rectangular room, and it's sort of very high aspect ratio. And looking all the way to your left, so you're kind of like facing what you see is a fairly plain wall, and punctuated along this long length of the wall are a set of pillars going at even intervals, and they kind of create they come out far enough that they create a set of alcoves sort of in between each of those. And then you kind of turn, looking all the way to the far end of the chamber, and you see atop several steps of a dais there is a large stone door just looming forebodingly over the entire chamber. And in the center of that door, you see that there is a small hole, and then around it there are four other kind of like larger holes that are about this big. There's more.
Okay.
So that's sort of you facing the far wall. The portal's kind of like right in front of you. You look there, continuing to turn around the area on the long wall behind you. You see that nested in between the sets of pillars there, in this sort of dark bluish stone that almost kind of looks like a blue tinted granite. You see that in between the four alcoves in the center, there are large circles that look almost identical to the one that's in front of you here. And around them, you can see that there's just wreathed with elaborate flowing stonework very elegantly. And you can see that there are carvings and engravings, but it's a little too dark to make out exactly what the details are from the 20 feet or so you are away. And in the center of each of those circular carvings, they're about 4 feet in diameter on these walls. They look to be sort of dormant, kind of gray, shimmering energy that looks like a dormant portal. And as you go sort of left to right, the third one from the left is not dormant, and you see it just sort of energy churning around in reds and yellows, and then occasionally you just see this burst of flame kind of lick up over the top of it. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay. But all right.
What is
14.
the result? 14.
Did I not say? I thought I said 14.
So looking around, you do turn, and so you're kind of faced here. You turn to your left, long way down there. To your left is the very large door in the dais. Behind you are 4 portals. You continue to turn around, and in the far corner of the kind of blank wall that you're facing, nested in the sort of this shadowy corner past the pillar, you see what appears to be a collection of belongings just sort of sticking out a little bit past there. There's sort of like the corner of a bedroll. It looks like just some scattered contents of a pack that's just kind of laid out there.
Okay. In light of all of this information, really quickly, how you said the door is big, right? How big is the doorway, if I had to estimate?
Which doorway?
You said there was a doorway at the top of the stairs.
Yes, it is huge. It's probably about...
Okay, I'm going to hold you to
6
that.
feet.
I'm holding you to huge, because I'm going to polymorph myself into a giant ape.
Okay.
A huge creature, by the way. Okay, now you're all free to climb.
If we see a hand coming down through the portal,
Yeah.
we're not climbing up to that.
The hall you're in is about 15 or 20 feet tall, and in its sort of short dimension is 25 feet wide, and then it's maybe about 60 feet long. So as a large ape, you do this. So casting polymorph on yourself.
A huge ape.
A huge ape. You're casting polymorph though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
go ahead and make a wild search, please.
Potted ape.
All right. Ape is fine.
All right. So with the rope tied, are you tying it onto you now as an ape?
I had already tied it to my leg first.
Oh, it's a tourniquet now.
Yeah. All right. So you have a very, very tight rope around your leg that is digging into your flesh. We'll see what happens with that. And you guys see a rope drop down.
I'm not going first.
Well, no, Marius, she's gonna need some help up there pulling the rest of us up. Should you go first?
I would, but I don't trust Kindred to brace my weight.
All right, I will go up. And Tevin is like, as soon as Affy turned his back on him as well, like you could just see that like whatever mask of like kind of like this, I am totally like equipped for this social situation because I'm equipped for every social situation, just like disappears, and he looks very uncomfortable for a brief moment and then shakes it up and will try to climb deep.
The second I feel weight on the rope, I am just pulling the rope.
All right, what is your strength as a
23.
Huge... All right, so Tebrin, you grab on, and that rope you're just like, all of a sudden you see Tebrin just like whoosh straight up. Tebrin, go ahead and make a strength saving throw to see if you can hold on as this happens.
This is not scary at all.
All right.
19.
So, despite the jarring acceleration, you basically get flung up through the portal, and you sort of whoosh, come up and land on your feet, holding the edge of the rope, and you see a giant ape there.
I draw my sword.
I wave.
You do not have the intelligence of Kindra right now.
I have 7 intelligence. That's basically the intelligence of Kindra.
That's true. All right.
I slowly resheathe my sword.
I keep waving. I throw the rope back down.
All right. So, one by one, you manage to ferry all of the others up, getting a little bit more of the handle on your form as you go, so it's not quite this, like, slingshot effect. And, Karut's the last one up. Actually, no, Marius, you'd probably be the last one up, is my guess. Marius, the last one up, as you pull the rope up and you kind of stand, you see the portal that was beneath you, kind of this sort of dark bluish purple color, shimmering almost like magical shiny water, just sort of the motion is still there, but it grays out and it becomes subdued and dormant like the others on the wall behind you.
All right, and so then there's there's a door in front of us.
Yeah, at the far end of this, imagine it's kind of like a long like hall. So at the far end, one end is a dead end, the other end is this very large door. One of the long walls is completely blank except for all the pillars, and the other one has portals in between the pillars. And then on the dead end, opposite the large door, there's a small little collection of belongings over there.
I would like to look at that.
All right, so looking over there, what do you guys have as a light source here? Because it is pitch black unless you guys have some sort of light going.
I'll recast the light on my dagger. And
all right.
Maybe cast another one on a dagger and give it to someone else.
Kira, do you mind?
Yes. I'll do one for you.
All right, so as you kind of hold the light out in front of you and take a few steps approaching in that direction, you can see more clearly that there's just a collection of belongings laying strewn out on the ground. A tattered bedroll kind of sticks out about halfway from behind this pillar, and a little bit away from that, there's sort of this gray silted ash of an extinguished fire pit that looks like makeshift things were burned there. You also see, sort of past that, leaned up against the wall, there are two, looks like adventuring backpacks neatly arranged alongside one another. And as you get a little bit closer, you can see now, about 20 feet away, the shadow, the silhouette of a figure sort of sticks their face out, sort of squinting and holding up their arm in front of their eyes. It's a dwarvish man. He looks surprised and perplexed. You can tell that he's having a very hard time seeing sort of through the bright light that shines towards him, and he's kind of nervously clutching a very beat-up old shovel that he kind of looks like he's trying to brandish quite as a weapon, but it's not quite ominous in any way. He can barely lift it. He's kind of trembling in fear as he just stands there and squints at you.
The party as a whole, or somebody specifically?
Roswell's the only one over there.
Was approaching.
I would like to stay behind Roswell a pace or two, just to make sure anything untoward happens. I'm close.
I am monitoring. Same. I'm monitoring the situation, but like giving space.
Same.
I am one pace behind Nemarius.
Durgrek does count.
As a name.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
Stand up.
He slowly kind of rises all the way to his feet, stands about, probably about 3.5, 4 feet tall.
What are you doing down here?
Oh, I'd ask you the same question. I've been here for longer than I can remember.
Looking him over, does he... I don't know. Nobody's supposed to be in here.
I know. It's, I came in many, many years ago. You're the first face I've seen in perhaps 30 plus years.
Didn't you come down here with someone else? Wouldn't that have been another face you saw?
Kind of hangs his head a little bit.
I came here following someone, but I haven't found them yet.
Where did she go?
If only I knew.
I want to insight check him.
Whoever's background noise, mute, please.
That's me. Hang on one second.
She reads in the riot act.
I'm gonna mute myself anyway.
Make an insight roll, please.
Right. I told them how important this was right now. Ugh.
And what is it that you're...
It's a 24. I want to see if his words are his... Like, is he telling me the truth throughout this whole thing, I guess?
It's hard to know for sure if he's being truthful, only having spoken with him for these brief seconds. What you do notice is he seems somewhat disoriented, definitely a bit scared, very tired, definitely, there's sort of like a defeated nature to his voice, but there is a purity of emotion behind what he's saying that is difficult to kind of fake, and there doesn't seem to be a vitality that could drive some sort of deception behind it. So he's either an amazing actor or it's genuine.
And who are all of you? You've found your way into the temple. You should go back. Go back now if you can. Get out.
It's too late for that, Dad.
Roswell?
What?
Was that
I told you I was coming.
I told you not to come.
Well, you know, when you haven't been a part of my life for 40 years, I kind of don't know.
Roswell, you've repeated the mistakes I made.
If you can help me learn from your mistakes, isn't that what dads do?
Some mistakes are too much, too far. We came here, there's no way out.
Where's Mom?
I don't know. I gave up looking about 5 years ago. Closest I got was just hearing whispers of her voice taunting me from far reaches of the chamber.
And he kind of like points over towards like the far opposite side.
I have none of the means to go on. I sit here, I can't eat, I can't sleep. I've been too much of a coward to end it all, and then I heard your voice, and I'm glad to see you, but you shouldn't have come.
Well, you know what? It's too late for a lot of things. I've made some mistakes too. But the only way out of this is through. So we've got to do it. And we need your help.
Kind of
but
stands up a little bit and takes a few steps further forward. You can see him sort of moving like he's very sore. He's not super elderly for like a dwarf, but he seems like he's aged not very gracefully. And he just kind of surveys all of you. He's moved his hand down from in front of his face and just sort of looks. The years have not been kind to his face. It's just filled with wrinkles. You can see, whereas many dwarves are kind of filled out and portly and have this sort of warm vitality to their physique, his is gone. His face is gaunt. His eyes just sort of droop with fatigue.
I would also like to know the answer to Nemarius's.
All right, so Nemarius uses the Divine Sense ability.
I shall roleplay for it right now.
Yeah. All right. Actually, open your awareness section.
Can you imagine if that was required, like creepy eyes? What are you doing? Ah!
Sensing you divinely.
I'm just looking around.
So celestial fiend or undead. All right. So looking around, at him, you don't get the sense of any of those from him. You kind of turn your focus towards the portals on that long wall opposite, and nothing registers until you get to the one that seems like active, that has the reds and the yellows sort of dancing, and occasional mode of fire just wafts out, kind of like a little spark that dissipates out. And from that one glows just sort of, it's almost like a residue of fiendish energy.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Like a footprint, if you will. And then turning your way up to the door, you don't get any of those, except the door is like staring into a black hole of evilness.
Well, I will see how things proceed for now, keeping this to myself until the tension of this reunion is a little less. Or worse, I don't know.
Make a perception roll for me, please.
Perception, you say? And this is with super advantage for no reason?
Well, you have advantage because of your shield, right?
You know what? That's a good point. I do have advantage for my shield. So I roll it again because the first roll was a total of 11. Dun, dun, dun. This one is slightly better, a total of 14.
Is better. All right, so you just barely managed to catch this as you activate it sort of like halfway through when he's talking. You do see from the breaths from his last words, you do see kind of like curling out, almost as if he's exhaling, it's exhaling some type of like shadowiness, and in that sort of like shadowiness to his breath, you do get that same sort of evil essence that you see in the door.
Okay, then at that point, I'll put my hand on Roswell's shoulder. Roswell.
You're muted.
If you could be unmuted, that would be amazing.
Yes, Nemarius, I say very seriously.
I'm whispering. He is under an influence. I can see it. Also, don't let Kendra go near the portal. I do not say that. That's ridiculous. However, yes, he's under an influence. I can see the evil has taken a hold of him. He even breathes it out.
I am going to reach out to touch him, my father, and cast Dispel Evil and Good.
All right. Link it, please.
I sure will. Oh my god. Thank God. So it's going to be a DC 17 Charisma. Oh, wait a minute. No, hang on. No, I want to do Break Enchantment. I'm sorry. Is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed by such creatures. of celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
And there's no save associated with it? Or is
I think it's only with the dismissal portion if I chose to do dismissal, but I don't choose to do that. Wait a minute, hang on. So I'm doing break enchantment. As your action, you touch a creature you can reach that is charmed, frightened, or possessed. The creature you touch is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed. Okay. Yeah, so break enchantment, there's no save.
All right, and he doesn't sort of like recoil away, and he does sort of you come in and just kind of put your hand on his shoulder, and you can feel Numerius, you being there, right. You just see like it just sort of flows out, and there's almost this sort of radiance that just slowly washes over his whole body, and there's sort of like a final like cough. You can see him cough out this like chunk of smoke, almost like coughing out soot as it comes out, and as it goes sort of like up into the air, the radiance kind of passes through and then catches it and sort of just dissolves it into the air, and his eyes open and brighten just a little bit as he stands up.
Rise, Theoden. Sorry.
Roswell, what was that?
Dad, and I pull him in.
He just
and
wraps his arm around you.
You've been under the influence of a great evil, and I don't know for how long.
Too long. Too long in this place, Roswell. It has kept me alive in my agony.
We're here to get you out.
Worry not about me, Roswell. You've allowed an end to come for me at the very least, but you and whoever travels with you, you need to get out. He will do the same to you.
I need you to give me one last gift.
I have nothing to give.
Shut your... You do. Sorry. It's early teenager stuff coming through. You left me. And left me without a family. And I deserve whatever you can possibly give me right now. And I need the knowledge that you have of this place to possibly help us. I deserve this. Give me this one last piece and I will let you rest. I mean, I'm not going to kill you. I mean, that's weird. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to die and go on and pass on. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things. Hey,
child.
I was going to ask you if all Duskhelms talk like this. By the way, my last name's Threadbane. I think I'm going to keep it, but I appreciate the whole Duskhelm thing. And if I can, like, you know, maybe one last thing too, so you can maybe like tell me where the rest of them are, so maybe I can look them up later. But you're going to help us. You're going to help us get out of this.
Akira, you have calm emotions, right?
You're also muted.
I lean down my huge ape head next to Tebrin's head and go, ooh, ah.
Tebrin flinches away so badly he runs into the wall.
He runs into the portal. I mean,
oh my god, I forgot. Like, he also sees this giant ape right there.
Yeah.
This is our pet ape. His name is Anderson.
He kind of slinks back a little bit and...
we met in college.
And kind of beckons, taking your hand a bit, guiding you over, and he sits on the bedroll there, kind of back against the wall. I will tell you this story of why and how I got here, if that is what you want.
Mm-hmm. And I pull everyone in, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be a group thing. This is my party. And I say, tell everybody, introduce yourself. It's nice.
I extend a hand.
Oh.
Ooh.
You don't need to get too close to her.
This is sometimes a sorcerer. And Tebrin kind of like sweeps the bows. And Tebrin Hillis, at your service.
So Tebrin.
Akira is still muted.
Akira. Nice.
Akira.
To meet you.
It's like a Power Rangers. He's been of great
Pleasure.
help to me.
I can see
And those
why.
two.
Karut sort of straightens his doublet a little bit. Karut Khan. This is, he looks down. Affy!
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're back and full of vim and vigor, Affy.
She's like, literally has her notebook out, is like this.
I know, that's why I was kind of hoping, and I kind of pulled them a little bit closer too, because we just want to lay everything out, and I pull out the books and the map that I had as well.
He sort of,
So,
for the first time when you pull all of that out, a little like half smile cracks his face, and I'm glad that found its way to you.
yeah. I mean, you kind of meant for me to come here. Why would you leave this here for me if you didn't? Let's be
Well,
honest.
It was in case something went wrong, and you never plan for things to go wrong, Roswell. You
Ah,
never do.
nope. I told you I made a lich, right?
I mean, at this point, we just kind of presume that they will.
Yeah. I mean,
We don't have a great track record,
no.
cosmically.
Well, then you should definitely not be here.
No.
And yet, here we are.
Well, I suppose I'll start at the beginning.
And I also like pull out whatever hardtack or bread I might have had, in my pack and hand it to him too.
Kind
Little
of,
Oh, slow.
sandy. You gotta shake it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
kind of like brushes it off, breaks off a small piece, and eats it. And kind of,
Did you get stuck in that hourglass thing?
what? No, an hourglass.
You're too
No.
smart. You probably read the inscription. Anyway, we're good.
Yes.
Continue.
Well, so I started my career as most do, full of wonderment and full of desire to explore the world, and I grew up underground and learned that there's a great deal of ancient things to be discovered. So when I learned of the ancestral races, I made it a point to study and further learn what could be. This was 60 years ago now, I suppose. And so I met your mother on an expedition to the Underdark here beneath Chora. We were contracted by the Empire itself. Back then, things were a bit different, and they wanted to be sure their underborders were scouted and secured and explored. If there's any exploitable riches beneath them, we were to advise on any artifacts or things that were unearthed in that, and little did we know that we would find, we would find the pinnacle of civilization hundreds of years ago. And, Zothra was, she was enchanting. She seemed to just come out of the shadows one day. I didn't even know there were other archaeologists working on this, but there were many teams, and we were inseparable from that. She had several tomes of great knowledge. I didn't even know of their existence, despite scouring through the libraries. But I was never one favorite study. I always preferred being out in the midst of things. Her curiosity on things it went far beyond merely trying to learn and explore. It was
it was very pure in its nature. She was genuinely filled with this compassionate desire to see the past itself endure and to breathe life into its memories so it may continue on. And she was brilliant. She could stand in front of these carvings and language and just decipher it all. And I swear by the time we found our way here to the city, to the temple, it was like a second language to her. And I would just sit back and watch her read. She loved it so. And we continued to work for several years, and slowly we helped unearth the last city of light, Rendore. And as we learned more from the tales upon all of its walls and pieced together its history, we came to understand the staff of the elders and what it was, and the fact that it was made in a moment of history, a moment of maddening desire for revenge, on the brink of extinction. And but much to the credit of the Ryukul, they never wielded it. As the revenge subsided, they had a clarity towards the repercussions of using such an object. We continued to work closely, and well, as you do in confined spaces, well,
we can fast forward over that part.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I know you're feeling a lot better and all.
Yes,
but just jump
nice.
like that day. I don't care.
Right.
Okay.
So we skipping forward. It wasn't.
Wait a minute. Time out. That means. Wait a minute.
Tevford has a shit-eating grin on his face.
I was conceived down here, not like in the temple, but like below the city.
Yes.
I put one monkey paw on each side of my head.
I mean, sure, I'm not gonna yuck your yum, Dad, but that's a lot. Okay,
I mean,
keep.
You can't.
I mean, there are some people who just live their entire lives out down here. It's not so bad.
There's no shame in underground. You are a dwarf, after all.
I know, but I've
dwarves
lived
are
most of
born
my life
underground.
above. It's fine. It's fine. Keep going.
Well, it wasn't long after that faithful night that we met this a female drow who she called herself Azdalia, and we stumbled across her path as we were seemingly headed headlong into some sort of icy underground burrow of what we would later learn was a long-forgotten dragon. It would have certainly been our demise, but this woman, she kept us safe from the perils of the underground for several weeks while we explored out on our own as a expeditionary party, and
too perilous.
Though she was quite laconic in her nature, she earned our trust, and somehow she knew that Zothra was with child, and bid us to protect the child far from the underrealms. And so with her help, we navigated back to the surface and traveled to Vesselar and sought out a group there who'd keep you safe. And then our work was unfinished, so we had to say goodbye, knowing that you'd be safe and that we would return when our work was completed. So we came back, much to the urging of our newfound friend Asdalia, as our expertise in the area was unparalleled, and we were truly the ones who best understood the gravity of the situation, of what all this temple and the city meant, and what the staff could be for the future of this world. And oddly, she too knew much about the staff, perhaps studied it in her own way, but she professed no desire for it herself. She would only say, it's in the future that I am concerned, and that it remain in the temple. And it was hard to disagree from what we had learned about it. It should indeed stay in the temple, and so we followed her. And I confess I was a bit more dubious than Zothra was, but she hung on her every word, and her confidence in her purpose was enough to sway Zothra, and so I followed my wife and kept my oath to always be at her side, and so I was. And we delved deeper in, back to that frightful lair of the dragon, and Asdalia concocted a plan to lure the dragon out into the Chamber of the Ash, where it could stay there and nest and guard against keys being formed and created, and it was all a bit daft. However, it worked. We lured that damn creature out, and Zothra talked circles around it, and the stupid thing claimed the Chamber of the Ash like it was a new nest it had won in some great victory, not even knowing that it had been duped the whole time. And so, thinking our work was done, we made preparations to return to Vesular and reunite with you and start our new life together as a family. But with that, as Dahlia became increasingly frustrated and angry that we wouldn't see the full protection of the staff through to its conclusion. And the night before we were set to depart for the surface, it was like Zothra lost herself for a moment in the grandeur of all of this. And she left. I barely caught them leaving, and I hurried past them as they moved through the shadows of the caverns, and we exited into these flooded caverns glowing with a pale greenish blue light. It was beautiful, really. And as Dahlia led us through the pools to what she showed us as secret entrance to the temple itself. And with that, the portal just began to open before I could think, before I could do anything. And as Dahlia had said, she had discovered it before meeting us, and I followed them reluctantly into the room, and as they approached it, Zothra, she paused before stepping through, as if in that instant she'd realized some sort of unspeakable horror, and I replay the moments again and again in my mind of her turning to me, her face turning from this placid calm to one of terror, and she simply screamed, "Run!" to me. And then as Dahlia pushed her through the portal, and I looked over my shoulder to see this masked being towering up above me. And with the portal beginning to close, I did the only thing I could imagine in that moment. I followed her through it. When it closed, as Dahlia was not with us, Zothra was gone. I was on my own. Alone. And he sort of looks past all of you and points down. That was the portal I came through. 40 years ago. This temple itself is endless. It's enduring. And it exists in many worlds and in none at all. I've searched tirelessly. Tried doors, all of them filled with peril and danger. Sometimes the structure shifts and changes, leaving avenues of new hope all to end fruitlessly. And as if dangling a small thread of hope further, occasionally I hear her voice. I've convinced it's all in my mind now. Just fades into the distance. I can't sleep, I can't eat. And it's just a life of eternity with her out of my reach. Until then I heard your voice, and now you all here. It's such a waste. I'm sorry. You should not have come.
I look at Tebrin.
Tebrin does not meet your eyes, stands up, and walks off about 10 paces.
I'm gonna kill your sister.
Does not respond. He kind of like walks a little bit away from the party, like close enough that he can still hear what's going on and everything. He could, like, if he spoke up a little bit, like you could hear him, and just kind of like leans against the wall and stares down the hallway.
I don't know. This is kind of a chicken and the egg situation. I knew Asdelia a long time ago.
You've met her?
Yeah, in a different form.
And
she was a...
She did not... I guess she would never have known that you were our child.
Did she give you any naming suggestions?
No.
Okay, I just didn't know if Roswell was my name or her weird name that she put on me and in a weird freaking circle. So,
not sure I understand, but
I am gonna summarize for him what I've been doing with my life for the past, 40 years. What happened in Eridor, the party I left with, Arisha falling into the Feywild. Does the portal also look a little bit like the pools that we saw in the Feywild that he was talking about? Like, does it have any of that kind of like the bluish?
Are you talking about the pools underground or the pools in the Feywild?
The pools in the Feywild that she manipulated. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, yeah.
There are two different pools. Yeah, I know that.
So you mean you're comparing the listening pools to the fractured pool?
I'm comparing. Oh, well, that's a great. Oh God, that's also something I would like to know. I think I was comparing the fractured pool to maybe the portal, like the one that we just came out of with the hourglass.
The fractured pool itself is actually a body of water through which magic is channeled, where these are more just pure arcane portals.
Okay.
So they're dissimilar, and you're proficient in Arcana to know that these portals are their primary and only function, as far as you know, is just transportation from one place to another, but not necessarily in like a linear door-to-door fashion.
I also have a question.
But you walked off.
Wait, so
you can't ask questions if you've walked off, Tebrin.
This is a player question. So you said that Nomarius saw the door as a portal. Was that what you said?
I think it was the
black evilness.
He saw evilness coming off of the large door there, but he did not see it as a portal. He saw it still as a solid door, but it was just like basically
like dry ice sort of like steams off. There was just this sort of black shadowy
Aura of bad.
aura
Okay.
evil from it.
And then where did Roswell's father point when he said that was the portal he came through?
The one that you guys came through from the hourglass, the one on the floor.
Okay.
Can we take 5 minutes by any chance?
Yep. This is probably a good place to think and take a break.
And scream.
So, 5 minutes. Let's come on back and we will see what the heck the party is going to do about this. See you soon.
You don't need a father. Oh no!
All right, welcome back.
Oh.
After break.
That's a terrible time to come back.
A little intense there, Nomarius, but it will be fine. So, we just had the big reveal that Asdalia, also known as Orisha, one of the former party members,
sitting in this room. Just kidding.
Yeah. Fortunately, no longer under a player's control. Basically betrayed Roswell's parents and forced them into the Temple of the Elders itself for perhaps unclear reasons. But I'm sure we'll learn more as the story unfolds. So, back into it. Story finishing. Affy just sort of like looking a little bit confused. Karut just like glaring over at Tebrin, just being like, you can see his teeth are just sort of grinding.
Tebrin is not making eye contact with fucking anyone.
Is there anything that you can tell us about this room, these portals? Where did they go? What's this door? I assume that goes to the chamber of the staff itself. Have you been
please,
through the door?
Let's go into puzzles because I can't deal with my family drama anymore. This sounds good. Thank you, Karut, for taking lead. Let's talk puzzles.
Well, I've only been through one of these portals. They don't open often. And well, they're not very nice on the other side. I believe they travel to other planes associated with the elements themselves, but I'm not an adventurer. I'm not a fighter. I would look and not see any sign of Zothra, and so I would retreat back. I couldn't risk, if she was in danger somewhere, throwing my life away where I did not need to. I was also afraid of becoming trapped somewhere much more dangerous than this room, so I was cautious and methodical. The door itself does not open. There's some sort of keyhole in the center of it that is not... I don't know how one would have the keys. The keys are used to open the temple. Why they would still have them in their possession, I can only surmise that perhaps the 4 indentations around it somehow correspond to the 4 portals themselves. I just don't know.
Kendra starts jumping excitedly.
Dad,
because you're following along, are you?
We can trust you now, right?
You could trust me before.
No, I couldn't. You were under the influence of that shadow thing. Remember, I got rid of it. Smoke came out of your mouth. Radiant energy.
Well, yes, of course you can trust me, Roswell.
Can I trust him?
God, it's up to you.
I know, but do I get a...
Can you insight yourself? Wait a minute.
Does Roswell get a good feeling about this? Do I feel like what I did worked and I can...
Roll to vibe.
Vibe yourself.
Can I roll to vibe? It's 6.
You get the sense that he wasn't really fully aware that the effects of his sort of life of purgatory was connected to some force of darkness. And though he felt better leaving it, with it leaving him, you get the sense that he didn't really connect all of those dots.
Oh, so he didn't realize he was under the influence of anything. Okay.
I'm good to drive.
So, yeah. So you know how there were 4 swords?
Right, the key swords.
Well, there's 5.
Yeah, there's 4, so one for each
No,
of
there's
the
5,
elements.
and the shadow's the 5th element. And Agthamon. Did you study much about Agthamon?
Who is Agthamon?
The masked man that you, or creature, whatever you want to call him, you saw before you entered the temple.
I've never seen a creature quite like that.
You drew about the listening pools. What was there when you went through it?
There were pools of water. That was how we got in. There was some sort of arcane or bioluminescent lighting there. It was quite beautiful. They almost made a very peaceful, sort of rhythmic dropping.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice this change in Mom after the listening pools? Like when she became obsessive, like beyond, like right before you went into the temple?
She was quite driven as she made her way through there with Asdalia, yes. It was difficult for me to follow. They only got a small head start, but Asdalia moves as if she's Shadow herself, and well, Zothra kept pace almost. Was the best I could do to keep up.
About 5 to 10 feet behind.
About, yes.
Each round it was slightly.
Yeah. So Agthamon was the person that, or the thing that helped the Rirakul forge these swords, or forge the Staff of Elders with the thought of revenge in mind. There's a fifth line on the fifth sword that goes with the elements. All from Shadow Risen, all again to Shadow Submerged.
Well, I suppose that is consistent with the Rirakul's belief that annihilation is imminent and unavoidable through the forces of chaos. It's strange that we never found any writings of that. We did search so thoroughly.
I don't think they were ever really meant to be found. Maybe until now.
See, Karut, do you see the destroyer service?
What?
Kira, I don't speak Draconic.
This is what I was talking about. I mean, just listen to that line one more time about the shadow. And all will go to shadow again. I mean, should we be opening something?
Akira, I do fully grasp the gravity of what this line means, both in its context metaphorically and quite literally, that this Agthamon creature exists, probably hell-bent on annihilation of all existence, but these are the forces that you play with when you seek artifacts of this nature. I think perhaps you missed a bit of that lesson, having not experienced your way through something as traumatic as Erador.
Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, look here, mister. You don't know me, but I'm going to tell you something. I was not completely for opening this and getting this staff. You are now you and your emperor are forcing us to do this.
You agreed to the terms of doing all of this.
I did.
You
because
made
what
a
choice
deal.
do I have?
Exactly. We're all here, so we might as well put behind us whatever qualms we have about being here. Because we're not leaving unless we accomplish our objective or die. And
I think
it seems
your
from
objective, though, needs to be reevaluated.
Perhaps you can take that up with the Emperor himself upon our successful completion. But at the moment, I will remind you all of the terms of our agreement.
if you, and he kind of like takes a second to make sure he makes eye contact with everybody, if any of you decide to go against this, we will be forced to take action against you. Now, no one wants it to come to that. We are all here to work as a team together, and we can accomplish great things overwhelmingly for the good of all of the civilization here. But we bicker amongst ourselves, we become our own worst enemy, and likely play into the hand of whatever this creature is that's pulling the strings.
We are playing into his hand, which is my point, and I'm gonna turn back around.
Can I make a person handling check as an ape, and pat both Karut and Akira on the head with a big hand, try and calm them down?
Karut just steps away from you.
Okay, Akira, Tebrin, you get back here right now. You cannot run from this.
Tebrin, to be fair, has not said anything, has not moved further away. He's just not facing towards.
I know, but I want him to be part of this. And when your back is away, I'm sorry, you're not a part of this right now. I know this is very painful for you, but I need us all to be team players. It's the only way we're going to get through this. You can run away later.
Look, I will back whatever play you all make. Just point me in a direction. And leave me alone.
If I may, I do have one other question about the chamber. Sorry to interrupt. It seems like a good time, though. So, these portals obviously correspond to the 4 elements themselves.
Yes.
But why is that one activated while the other 3 are dormant? Is that something that you did before we climbed up here? And she kind of like looks up at the giant ape. Or is that something you did? How did this happen? Is it always like this?
That's a great question, Affy.
Thank you.
It is. It genuinely is.
This is why I'm here.
I feel a little fond of her now that I saved her life.
It's the cleric's bond.
Yeah.
Well, truth be told, not, but it must have been an hour or so before you arrived. There were other arrivals that were not
expected.
Not expected.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there. You stole my dad. I think it's fair.
Well, I hid, and they seemed disinterested. They surveyed the room for not even a minute, activated a portal, and went through. There was 4, maybe 5, some of them large, winged. Not much was spoken in any tongue that I understood, but there was a dark foreboding about them. They were not of this world.
Do you think did they look, I mean, in your studies or whatnot, did they seem elemental or from a different non-elemental plane?
I dared not look. I hid away as tightly in this corner as I could and prayed that they would not come and take me. And I guess my prayers were answered, because you are here now and they are gone.
I have a question. When you said they arrived, did they arrive in the same manner we arrived through that portal there in the middle?
Yes.
Or did they come through the dark or fiery portal that exists?
They came from the same portal that you came through.
And you said they activated the fiery portal, is that correct?
Yes.
How?
They weren't in the room. I heard some sort of whooshing sound as if magic were used, and then the crackling hum of the energy, and he sort of points back to it now, and the sort of active portal is just sort of like just churning away back there.
And out of character, my question is again, I detected evil coming out from that portal. Is that not right?
Yeah, sort of like the last footprint of it.
Okay.
Got some fiends all up in here.
I believe that the whatever has breached this before us, and I mean just immediately before us, is likely of a fiendish nature. Karut, are you able to also make use of these portals in a manner in which maybe the rest of us cannot?
Well, it might take a little bit of checking, but I believe he sort of walks over. Yes, I mean, they are inscribed here, as you can see. Sort of walks over. Affy kind of goes up along his side, and you can see she's like sketching, taking notes on all of it. You can see here there's, yes, this one, wheeled driving force of earth and hammer seems to be written in the circumference around here, and it should just be if the runes are correct. And he just sort of makes a couple hand gestures, and you see this energy sort of spark out of his hands, and then sort of make a cone that goes out into the periphery of it, and just, and then you see this sort of
Stargate.
Yeah, this sort of Stargate lightning, much smaller, but it opens. It sort of glows this kind of gradient between sort of orange and dark grays and browns, and just sort of churns there.
Have any other groups in the past come? Or is this like the first time things are happening?
None to my knowledge. I'm guessing that you opened the portal yourselves, or opened the temple yourselves.
Yeah, we had the swords.
And you didn't close it behind you.
Well, there's supposed to be people out there.
It kind of closed behind us.
Well, they must have gotten in whatever small window it was before it was closed. And moved.
Probably means all the people out there are dead or something.
Master Dwarf, forgive me, I do not know your first name again.
My name is Durgrek.
Durgrek.
Durgrek Duskhelm.
What is the purpose of these portals? What did the Ririkul use them for? If they charged and created the swords elsewhere, what was this?
Well, the temple itself is, from what we learned, it's sealed with various levels. Imagine a vault or a crypt, if you will. You can't have whatever is most valuable simply accessible. There must be means of deterrence to keep out anyone
so
who
they use
does
this
not
as
know the
magic
tricks.
fuel? I don't know magic in the same way as the others, sorry.
I believe that these portals contain whatever is necessary to open that door, and he points all the way to the far end of the there, and you can hear the humming of the portals in the background.
Excellent.
I don't know. I haven't explored them much.
I can't make sense of that because we already have the key to that door.
Well, if you have the key, then just go through the door and ignore the
I don't know if I
portals.
wanna.
I don't know if you want to either.
How long has it been? An hour at this point?
Yeah, probably through the course of his story and all that.
Has this been a short rest as well?
Ooh, I got a decoding error.
You've been against that wall for probably about a short rest worth of time.
If you would like this to be a short rest, you can use this as a short rest.
I would like my bardic inspiration back.
You do get the sensation that sitting here, even for as long as you have sort of out of duress, that though a short rest is achieved, you don't feel re-energized or revitalized from it.
What does that mean mechanically?
Your short rest completes mechanically as you would plan. But you do recall something in this sort of feeling that you're not kind of re-energized, something that Dirgrek said about he is unable to sleep or rest.
Yeah. We're in limbo.
So, let's open that door, chop, and get out.
I don't know. I mean, what's the plan here? Karut.
We open the door and get the stuff.
What was that large monkey?
Oh,
Karut.
Yeah,
It was Karut.
We met in college. Wait, I'm not a monkey anymore.
Oh, did you change back?
Yeah, it's been an hour.
Oh, okay.
yes,
Karut.
Marius.
Can you close this open portal?
I can try.
Yes, let's not have any unexpected arrivals.
Don't you think that we might need to have them all open and then put in the sword?
First things first. If they're all closed and it works,
All right, so
that's one less problem.
He stands in
Okay.
front of the.
Oof.
Yikes.
So which one were you directing him to close?
The one of whiskey
Fire.
evil.
All right. So
Yes.
he goes in front of that and begins going, and you see the energy release, and then you just see this fling out of the portal at him. He's going to make a dexterity saving throw.
Wait, my reaction is ah.
Right. His dex save is a 5, so he's going to take
Buddy.
all of this.
Like I want to do more, but I can only manage. Ah.
So Karut takes 17 points of fire damage. It's just like just bursts out of the portal. He kind of just stumbles back and sort of like taps out. Affy like runs over to him and sort of starts stamping down. And he flames. Fuck.
Languish. And
Well, okay. First, can we like do a quick survey of the room to check out all the inscriptions?
Yep. Go ahead and actually, do you have plenty of time walking around? You go. Do you speak Elvish?
Nope.
Okay. You
Can I have a
seem-
translator?
I do, and I also know stone.
All right.
I will heal Karut.
All right. Yes. Karut is looking a bit singed and burned.
17, you said?
He took 17 points of damage. Yes.
No, I have 17 for him.
All right. He will go back up to math.
And before we open, I would like to also do all that kind of stuff, but right now.
All right. So looking around, you on each of the portals, you do see on the left, starting at the left, around the periphery is written in that sort of ancient Ryrokul Elvish, wield driving force of earth and hammer. The one immediately to its right, so 1, then 2 is stoke the tempest to rip and slash. The one that's open is melt the world fluid under forging flame, and the last one furthest to the right is creation quenched smooth permanence. They're out of order because I said which one was open there. Just assume they're in order. Put them in order. It's fine.
It's all good. So it'd be number 2 that was fire.
It'd be number 2 that has the fire. So number 1 and 2 are open now. And are you examining the large door as well?
Yes, please.
Also, since you have Dwarven stone cunning, looking over at it, these look a bit more ornate and deliberate than anything you've seen previously. And from what you can surmise from it, it's almost impossible to tell whether they're Elvish or Dwarvish in origin. And it looks like a almost perfect blend of the two into something that's almost its own style.
Well, this.
So I speak both. Am I able to interpret what it says?
So it's It's the style of the architecture and the carving, not necessarily the actual words itself. Sort of like Art Deco, Art Nouveau, beautifully somehow intertwined. In a way that I don't need to describe. I can just say it is.
Perfect. Walking, I'd like to, first off, before I walk up these steps, I want to make sure that Akira has the sword, but like, I tell her to go to the other end.
Okay.
I don't want to get it near it yet.
I agree.
And I want to inspect this door and this, like, look for any maybe possible hidden writings or other symbols or
all right,
vibe or whatnot.
Make a investigation roll then, please.
Do I get any advantage because it's stone? It's okay.
No.
Okay. 17.
All right. As you take some time going over, the door itself is probably about 12 feet wide by maybe 15, 16 feet tall. It's enormous. It is one solid slab of stone, and at the center, kind of a little bit above your head height, so it would kind of be like, for a normal person, kind of maybe like right below their chin, is a fairly large circle, the center of which there is a smaller carved out area that has a slot in it that looks like a keyhole. It's curved. It looks very similar to the holes in which the swords outside were stuck. There is no sort of any kind of indication around it other than it just has one sort of circle around it that's just loosely carved in. Around all the way on the outside, there's another just kind of perimeter drawn there, and surrounding the that carved in area itself, there's four other areas that are maybe about, I don't know, about 2.5, 3 inches in diameter, and they're just kind of like scooped out, like somebody took an ice cream scoop and scooped it out. So they're kind of hemispherical in nature, smooth on the inside, and they just sort of, one is above to flank it, and then one is below.
Looking at this, do I sense that there's some, because it seems like if it's 4 things and we've got these 4 portals, is there something inside the portals that we need to grab to put into it?
Looking at the door, it does look like these sort of areas could have something that goes in them. The door doesn't tell you anything about what's in the portals, so.
I thought that it was a talking door.
Do you want the door to be a creature?
Oh no, just have a talking
just wants
thing.
to talk.
So I bring Karut and Affy and Akira over, and I, point out what I've seen. Like, we've got these 4 notches or whatnot. Like, what do you think? Do you think we would grab something and put it inside?
And who has the shadow sword right now?
I do.
All right. As you near the door,
oh god,
the sword itself begins to just sort of like, you can feel it, like it's strange. It's almost like the sword itself is kind of magnetically being pulled a little bit. It just kind of like trembles sort of against you, and you can feel it kind of like tugging, not with any sort of large force, but it is definitely wants to be near this door.
I'm gonna back away.
All right, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Woohoo! I can do these. 28, natural 28!
All right, excellent. So without a problem, you kind of notice this and immediately step back and just kind of pull it away. And as you get, like, this only happened as you got within a couple of steps of the door. And Affy kind of like looks down and then looks up at you, and it just makes his face like, uh-oh. And then writes feverishly in her book. Karut sort of watches this whole thing. Well, I mean, it's
probably the keyhole for the sword. As for the other 4, I can only speculate a guess that they have to be correlated with. There's only 4 of one other thing in the room, unless these are somehow for the other 4 swords, which we don't have anymore, which doesn't make any sense.
No, that doesn't. And this other group of people have already went into a portal, activated one, and went into it. Yes. They know something you don't know.
Well, they wouldn't be the only people, most likely.
I know you know about some groups. Do you know any winged groups that want to be in?
I do kick Akira firmly in the shins. Lose the attitude.
That's a little dig. Just a little one.
Well, as the Emperor mentioned in his briefing, which I'm sure you were paying close attention to, there are many forces throughout the multiverse that would likely want to get their hands on this. Of those with wings, I could probably illuminate a list of, I don't know, 5 or 6 types of creatures with wings. I don't know if you've studied those.
Birds.
But, anything from...
Just all of birds.
Birds. Celestials tend to have wings. There are draconic species that have wings, though yours do not. And
like, that's offensive to me. It's
demonic creatures, devils.
Yes, fiendish in nature. Narrow it down to that. What you got?
Well, fiendish in nature is devils or demons.
Oh, there's beyond.
You know, I anything you got. Affy, do you know?
Well, I feel like we're wasting time.
Curious.
It doesn't matter what's here. We know there's stuff here. We'll kill it if it does anything gets in the way. But we're wasting time, and we should try and open whatever door or figure out whatever puzzle before we all get stuck here. Like, I indicated my head over towards the dwarf.
All right, then we'll wing it.
Yeah.
Pick a portal.
Well, the correct answer here could be simply to insert the key that only we have into the door and open it.
Yes.
The drawback of that is if for some reason we don't understand what this is and we ruin the key itself, then maybe we are never able to get in.
I kind of like that more now that you've...
Or out, Akira. We could never get out either.
The only way we're getting out is if we successfully obtain the staff.
Or we use one of those portals right there that we've already shown that we can open.
Well, we don't know where they go. And
we totally know where they go. They're labeled. You said they were labeled.
Well, right. They're labeled associated with the element. So my best guess is that they travel to perhaps the elemental planes of chaos themselves. They could also travel to perhaps custom-tailored pocket dimensions that have some sort of, I don't know, waiting for us.
Still getting out.
We've got 2 options. Either we put the key in the door or we go into a portal. What are we going to do?
Key, door.
Key, door, I sort of agree. Any...
Oswell? Okay, I'll agree. Sorry, it took me more minutes. I'm gonna lay out my cards. And
I'll hold that sword for you while you do this.
It's my sword now.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, lay out my cards, and I am going to ask about using the key sword in the door before entering the portals.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything in this 10 minutes?
Pepperin is still sitting over kind of more towards the camp, just like at this point sitting with his back against the wall and like his head leaning back and his eyes closed.
So, Master Dwarf, the portal in the center of the room, you've used it to go to other rooms, correct?
It has opened before.
Is it on a schedule to open? Do you have to do some sort of dance? What is the interpretive way to open this thing?
Not a a man of arcane persuasion myself.
Yes, it's all
It
very
opened
silly. Isn't it? But
once, seemingly sporadically, about 7 years ago. I gathered my belongings as fast as I could, but by the time I got over there, it was closed again.
so you haven't used it?
I stuck my head in once, maybe about 23 years ago or so, by my calculations. It was
Andy?
seemed like another chamber, not unlike this one. I don't know. There's no temporal resolution to how all of these places are connected. I believe that once you enter the temple itself, you are merely traveling through time and space in a fairly intractable way.
Not again.
So we're in the Speed Force. Okay. I see.
You were all far braver than I. Perhaps when it next opens, you can head through with gusto. I have no way to predict it.
That's really worked out for us so far. Yeah, all right.
I don't know. Whatever that group of creatures was here came in through here, and he gestures to the portal on the floor and went out through there. Haven't seen anything since aside from you. So, I don't know. Either they're dead or continuing on their journey. Or there's 3 others. Well, if you have the key, just open that door. Everything I've learned about this temple says that should be all where the staff is. I take issue with the plan to simply insert the sword unknowingly in here.
It's your idea, but I'm doing a ritual.
It's a hypothesis nonetheless. It's good to think through all of your options. If we stick the sword in and something goes wrong, we're trapped here forever. Regardless of if we can jump to other places within the temple, we may be able to get out. But I am not able to do any magic that shifts from plane to plane. So whatever plane we end up in, if that is where these travel, we will be trapped there and forced to find our own means, unless, Kendra, you've gotten a lot smarter since last I talked to you. No? So we'll be trapped
Not
there.
at all. I was never smart. I just do the zap and the whoosh and the bazing.
It's like you're still the monkey. Okay.
Well, Nakira, what have your gods told us about this as the ritual completes? It's like Karut has an uncanny sense of time and how long casting ritual spells take.
What, does he have an hourglass? Wait a minute.
It's almost as if he has a keen mind.
Oh.
So, the augury ritual completes, and your course of action was what?
Using the key sword in the door without anything else, without entering the portals.
Let me just check my options here. You get no results.
Oof. Okay.
Do you get a busy signal? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
The choices are wheel, wheel and woe, or nothing.
Yep. They have told me nothing.
Oh, that's not woe, right?
No, it is not woe, but it is not wheel either.
Which means that whether or not it's good or bad, it depends on what we do with it, right?
Not necessarily.
Maybe the real portals were the friends we made along the way.
That sounds right.
Look,
Wait, what friends
Don't write that
have we
down, Effie.
made along?
We haven't.
Can we try something really quick?
Yeah.
Karut, you can, well, actually, I know the Kindra can, a little fire bolt or whatnot. I pull out sand from my pockets because I'm bound to have a lot of sand in my pockets. Do you remember when we activated something else and we just had to put a little bit of certain amounts of energy into things to open them up?
I do remember.
So am I firebolting the portal or the door?
No, like, so you know the, I don't need you to necessarily, like, you know, the circles.
Effie just takes out a torch and lights the torch and hands it to you, Roswell.
Thank you. I like that idea better. And then I've got a water skin, we've got sand, and
just breathe in it.
Thank you. I was like, I know it sounds really dumb, but can we just try this?
Well, you've got 4 hands and 4 things.
I think it was lightning.
Is the fifth element in the middle at this moment?
No, I just want to see if it has a reaction. Okay. That's all. I'm not putting the sword in. I just want to see if there's a reaction.
All right. As you move these things towards the various indentations, you hold sort of the torch up, and the fire kind of like bends its way towards one of the indentations as does the sand when you put it there, and it kind of sticks a little bit into it, as does the water. It kind of beads up and forms there, as if there's some force that kind of draws it in. It lingers there for a few moments and kind of flickers back or falls off there. Like there's some sort of affinity to particular regions for the elements, but nothing lasting or reacting happens. Just sort of a very slight sort of magnetism, if you will.
So, 2 options. 1, we put the shadow sword in right now without activating the other things. Bonus to that, we're a little stronger right now, so we can deal with whatever's going to come out of there right now. But might not lead us to the staff, or it could. It's Schrodinger's staff, right?
Who is this?
Then,
is Schrodinger a tabaxi?
Yeah. Or we go into the portals, gain some stronger elemental energy for each one of these notches, and then put the shadow sword in. But we will likely be much weaker for it. And we could run into the other people, things, demons, devils, whatever they are that are here.
Let's just vote on one of the 2 options so we can get going.
Don't you think it's possible that the door is just hungry? If it likes the elements, the portals are open, you stick the sword in, it sucks out the elements from the portals, uses the energy to open the door.
Yes, it's a key
so
that would open the door.
Let's put the sword in the door as my vote. What about everybody
Let's
else?
activate before we put the sword in the door. And before we do any of those things, Roz, could I talk to you for a second?
Do we have to? Yes.
I'll work on opening the other portals.
Okay.
Be careful.
Kurt goes and you guys can go talk, and he begins to more carefully cast, sort of standing off to the side a bit.
Effie, you stand here.
Just right in front of me.
Does anyone need healing besides myself? Like, actually need it?
I'm only like 5 off full.
According to our extra extended enhanced extension thing, everybody's hurt.
I need to change mine.
Every single one of us.
Well, I don't know how. Well, I'm gonna do a healing word, but I can only do 6 people, and there's more than 6 of us.
Sorry, Kendra's at full.
Tevrin and
I'm
Roswell?
Oh,
Yeah,
wished to speak.
kind of like draws her off to the side and like looking like distinctly uncomfortable. Finally, so there's something that I haven't technically. I mean, you know how sometimes there are things that are just open secrets and you never talk about them, and it's fine, but it's not really fine, but it's fine.
Nope. What do you, no, I'm pretty open.
I mean, and throughout this entire thing, like he's just like really like looking straight over Roswell's head, like not meeting her eyes at all. I'm sure you noticed that maybe a little bit I'm not exactly the same person you may have expected after the Isle of Remnants.
Yeah,
a bit.
But I didn't know if it was just that, hey, your friend's got a new partner and like they don't like hang out with their friends anymore because you're always hanging out with her. So I didn't want to be weird about it.
I am. It's not that now. I figured that there were probably some preferences about which Tebrin came back that were not necessarily fulfilled, so I figured if I just skipped the conversation entirely and avoided it like I do a lot of things, then it just wouldn't be a problem.
So where's the other Tebrin?
I don't know. And it's not like I shanked him and shoved him in a closet before we went through the portal. I was just I was the one that, I mean, he was the last that I saw him. He was talking to Drayler.
Oh, so she took another member of my family from me?
I don't know how to exactly interpret that when I'm standing right here, but setting that aside, I actually like, and I'm sure that this will fulfill every presumption that you have about me, but I don't actually really care that much what happened to him. My concern is the fact that Ivog Thuman was controlling your father, and may have been controlling my sister. Then my sister and I have a thing or two in common at this point.
You're under the control of Ogthaban right now?
I don't know. Okay, I'm just... I haven't... I thought it was a great idea when I did it, to not have this connection, to not have every single thing about me that I've hated for my entire life, to just be able to just shove it off and let it go be somebody else's problem. And I thought that was great. And now I'm beginning to think that maybe I don't know anymore. I have a head full of memories that don't feel like mine, and instinctual reaction to things that I shouldn't have. And I don't know who I am anymore, Roswell. And so I don't know whose side I'm on.
So, hang on one second.
You do see that as you finish talking, you see Karut has stopped what he's doing and has now turned towards you. Affy also has closed the book and tucked away, and you can see her hand is on a little wand that's tucked into her belt, and they're both watching you very intently. You're muted, Roswell, if you were talking.
Sorry, I'm just waiting.
I will also put my hand on a weapon.
And also Tebrin is probably talking. His voice has risen. He's not shouting, but his voice has definitely risen as things has gone on. But he's just sort of gesticulating. He hasn't gone for any weapon. He just looks upset.
You literally just said you don't know who you are.
Yes, no, I know. I'm well aware. I am just describing Tebrin's physicality in the moment.
Yeah.
So we can hear this, correct? And that's
yeah.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Tebrin, can I offer some advice?
No.
Look, if anybody knows about being under control of somebody else, it's sort of me, right?
That's not actually correct.
She's not talking to you, Karut. Let her talk to Tebrin.
Look, I don't want to, step on Karut's toes here. We're a team, right?
Yes, we are a team, but let her speak. She might actually have learned something from her experiences, and this might actually help Tebrin.
You're walking a very, very thin
Karut,
line,
I don't
Akira.
care. I don't care. Just let her speak.
So, if you're worried that somebody's trying to control you, maybe you are under somebody's control, right? But there's nothing you can really do about that other than, one foot in front of the other and keep doing what you're doing, right? As long as you have the intention to do what you think is the right thing, you might be, pushed in one direction or another by something, but eventually you'll always maybe end up at the end points that you were aiming for. And the time that they can get the greatest hold on you is when you're not doing anything.
There's actually no validity to the way enchantment magic works, for what you just said.
How would you know? You've never made a deal with a dude. What do you know?
What are you drinking at this very moment? How do you know?
It's like in the moment, Tebrin suddenly realizes how loud he had gotten and just goes bright red and kind of
I pull him kind of down to my eye level.
Headbutt.
No, well, close, right?
Need of the
Not
gut.
yet.
I get kind of uncomfortably close and take his shoulders, in my hands, and I look him in the eye. Have you done anything since we left other than being a little socially awkward?
Little?
Okay.
Oh.
Major socially awkward.
I'm sorry.
I've been socially awkward in my
To
life. Very
hurt
good.
anyone here.
No, but
Do you remember what you did in that druid circle?
sure.
Okay. Would someone under the influence close a shadow portal?
I'm acting against my nature.
So you're acting
Is it
good, so that
me?
doesn't feel good?
Oh no, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, and he glances up at Afri and then looks back. Just I do things on instinct that I don't. Why would I put myself between her and danger? There's no reason for that. What can I gain from it? Nothing. But I do it without thinking. Why do I do that?
It's called a conscience, asshole.
It seems very inconvenient.
It sure is. And that's just who knows? Maybe it's the other Teb trying to fight his way back to you.
That's concerning on a number of levels.
Yeah, you know what though? That's kind of low on my totem pole right now of things that are concerning to me. Right now, your weirdness is kind of low. We can deal with it later. I want to determine if you're really under the influence of something evil, which I can smack right out of you if I want to. But if you're worried that you're acting weird, it's because you're doing good. Come on, dude.
I'm just saying that people change, you know, and I don't know.
Well, that might as well be our party tagline right now.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
I don't want to hurt. I don't want to hurt you.
You know what? I don't want that either. So, hey, forging friendships, agreements. Yeah? I don't want to hurt you either. I don't want to hurt a lot of people. You'll find that slightly refreshing as you move on through life after this. Because there's going to be life after this. I just jinxed us. But that's fine. So, are you good?
I haven't been good for the last few weeks, but...
There's a question as to whether or not you plan to hurt others. Then I'm afraid it's probably most prudent that we remove your ability to do so.
No, Kurt, I don't think that's necessary at all.
Well,
Nemarius,
if I
excuse
needed to care about what you think over the safety of the group, I would ask your opinion.
Karut, Nemarius earlier sensed the evil coming from Roswell's father earlier. I think if he would have sensed an evil coming from Tebrin, we would all know it by now. So because Tebrin is having doubts about himself personally, doesn't mean that you need to go ahead and take action and remove abilities from people that are very capable of keeping all of us alive, including yourself.
Tebrin's also capable of killing any one of us in a moment before we
Any of us could. Any of us could.
What?
Any of us could.
It's true.
I was not the one who brought up this concern. Tebrin himself spoke that he is concerned he's going to hurt others.
Yeah, and he was having a private conversation with someone else while you were supposed to be opening portals.
Why don't we ask Tebrin? Tebrin, would you feel more comfortable with less ability to hurt people?
There's a very long moment where Tebrin just like kind of stares into middle distance. And then Tebrin unbuckles the moonblade from around his hips, wraps the belt around it, and hands it to Roswell. He is still, like, to be fair, he is still armed. He has his normal rapier, but...
Is it just the tuning, or is it touching that hurts people?
It's attuning.
Okay.
And it's attuned to me, so it's going to be attuned to me until I fucking die. Which could happen in the next, session or two. So let's not rule it out, but...
This seems perfectly reasonable. Roswell, are you
This is
fine?
the dumbest fucking thing you've ever done.
Oh, I think you'll find that I've done much stupider things.
It's true. You chose that haircut. So...
I've been actually physically stabbed in the back, and I think it hurt less.
So, are we all good now? Are we ready to continue?
I'm ready to open these other portals when we all feel comfortable in doing so.
Let's do it right now.
I gave 20 points of healing to everyone except for whoever's highest at this point. There's 2 people that cannot.
Kendra is baked out of her mind.
All right.
I don't know. I have 82 out of 87 right now.
So not you.
I have 76 out of 78.
And not Kendra.
Oh, and not you. Okay, perfect. Everybody else.
Amazing.
All right. So, Karut standing in front of the portals, opens one. This one sort of bubbles and flows out, has sort of aqua greenish color,
sort of looks very much like water. And moving towards the last one, steps in front of it, and again conjures into it, and it opens, and you can see his cloak and robe just sort of billow back from him as it just seems there's this gust of wind coming, and there's sort of all these streaky white sort of dancing clouds and smoke within inside of it. And occasionally you do see a little sort of like bluish flash across it. Well, portals are all open. You got no result for simply using the sword.
Maybe it doesn't happen until we put the sword in.
Well,
let's just try and put the sword in, to be honest.
I would like to take a ready action. If anything comes out of the fire portal that is not just an elemental display of things, but rather a perverted, proverbial demonic or devilish, fiendish substitute, I would like to smite it thusly.
All right, so an attack action?
Correct.
All right. All right, so who is going to put the sword in?
I will. I will hold up my shield with...
Hang on, do you want to do this?
No, but I don't see any way around it. And, I mean, we've put ourselves in this... We can't turn back now.
Do you feel strong enough to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
So if everyone else is comfortable with this, I will do it.
I go back and I hold my father's hand.
And I'll hold up my shield with one arm, and with the other, insert the shadow sword into the keyhole.
All right. As you lift up the sword, the shield, kind of looking over it, take the sword and slide it over, and the tip of it like just sort of guides itself right into the groove, and then you slowly, and it as it gets further in, it just pulls and pulls until the crossguard just sort of slams in against it, and it comes to a rest centered in it. You turn it a little bit, it doesn't rotate. You kind of see if it moves. It doesn't budge, doesn't move in either direction, and just sort of sits there. And you can see that the shadow is just sort of like wafting off of it and kind of coming back through the keyhole itself and just oozing up above it.
Should we do the
Earth,
element
wind, fire,
thing?
water thing, yeah.
The element thing again?
I'm gonna firebolt one of the fire
Oh,
things.
just give me a torch.
Well,
don't fireball me.
Too late, I firebolted it.
Oh, I'm standing right.
I'm not firebolting you, though.
All right. So you're going to go forward and try to put the elements back on?
Yeah.
All right. As you head up, again, the elements are drawn in, and as they are, the shadowy energy from the sword itself just goes out, and basically, as soon as it comes in contact, it just steams into this larger sort of outgassing of shadow, and the elements themselves, as they approach those areas, are just literally destroyed. They only exist in those areas for moments.
Need some sort of stone or something.
I think we did it to all of them, right?
Yeah, it's just not strong enough.
Do we need to go into these portals?
I think so. Can I get the sword back out?
You can try. As you pull back, it doesn't budge.
Is there an incantation of some sort to remove the sword like there are to remove the others?
You asking Karut this?
Yeah.
I don't know of any such incantation.
I mean, if it doesn't come out physically, I certainly am not powerful enough to disenchant the sword, nor do I think we'd want to risk trying to do that.
Disenchanted.
Let's pick an element.
Yeah, if you can't pull it out, then either we need to try to find a way to exert more force, or it is where it wants to be, judging by how guided it was in getting there.
Well, if that's the case, we've just left this key for everyone to open the door with. But
Right, but they haven't done whatever we need to do, so we should go and do that now before everybody gets here. So let's pick an element and go. I don't want to have to walk in first, but we're taking a long time.
How big are these portals, by the way?
They're about 4 feet in diameter, so pretty big. You can easily kind of like go through if you kind of duck in through.
What if I go to the
fire
I don't
portal?
know. Do I want to get bludgeoned to death? Do I want to get ripped out into open air? Do I want to get drowned?
Fire portal.
I don't want to go to the fire portal. I will go to. This is so dumb. I will go to the air portal, and I will just try to stick a dagger in it.
All right, your hand goes through. You feel kind of a cold sensation as air rushes past your hand, but just kind of like sticking your hand like kind of like out a car window or something.
Can I like grab a handful of something and pull it back?
It's just air. There's nothing really like there.
Karut,
Yes, Nemarius?
you just empowered the Sword of Water. You still have that vessel?
He goes around his neck, which is sort of like the empty vial. Yes?
Yes, do that again.
With
a portal to the elemental water or whatever that might be.
Can I try to like scoop up air in it and cork it? Like, does it come out looking like anything other than like regular air?
He hands it to you, and you stick your hand in, and you cork it in there, and there's nothing in it. Doesn't seem like there's anything in it.
What if I move over to the water one and do the same thing?
Again, sort of this cold sensation.
I'm gonna walk through the air portal.
And
goodbye, monkey.
You cap it, pull it back out. It's empty.
Okay. Oh, it's empty entirely.
Yeah, there's nothing in it.
Okay, interesting. I hand it back to.
It's not like filled with water or anything. No. All right. So Kendra, you have walked into the air portal. Let's get some air.
Air music.
I hope it's from Air Supply.
Yeah.
They don't know who that is.
I know who that is.
I'm out of love. I'm so lost without you.
All right. So. Sorry, I didn't expect you guys to actually ever do anything, so I'm not prepared. All right. So, Kendra, you step forward through the portal, and you land. It's very cold. You look out, and you see that you're on a mountaintop. Looking down, the top of this mountain is probably only about 25 feet across, and a bit slimmer in the other dimension. It is relatively flat. The edges of it just drop down sheer, and you look kind of over the side, and you see that you're impossibly high up above what looks to you like an unfamiliar ground miles below you. And around you in the air is this tumultuous storm, strong gusting winds, and at times sort of it blows with such ferocity that it seems on the cusp of just whisking you off your feet over the side, which brings back some not too pleasant memories of the Tower of Darashan,
which you encountered something like this before. And as you kind of take a moment to kind of steady yourself towards the center of this, you're startled with this huge crack, and you see lightning arc through and slam into the side of this cliff face, exploding a bunch of rock off of it. And you look around, and you don't see anything immediately. You can sort of, just looking out, it's just sort of sky and windiness as far out as you can see, with clouds, just sort of turns to this sort of dullish gray in the sort of homogeneous clouds. And then looking down below, it's just this distant land, like you're suspended miles and miles and miles above something.
And is the portal there behind me, or?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. So can I, like, continue forward along this platform to, like, am I at the center? Am I at one side? Am I?
So you're at the center. It's maybe only about 25 feet long, maybe about 15 feet wide. And it's not like a platform. It's just sort of, it's ground. There's some frost on the top of it. There's not really any vegetation, just rock and ground. And as you kind of make your way around looking down, it's just sheer cliff face, almost completely vertical down below you.
Okay. All right. And I assume I see nothing at all other than this.
Make a perception roll.
Simultaneously, I'm like, you think she's turned into a monkey again?
22.
Looking around, don't see anything out on the horizon. The clouds above you seem to be kind of like gathering in to be centered kind of above where you are in a dark, sort of ominous, foreboding way. But other than that, just, it seems like you are in a real sort of physical place. It's incredibly windy. All of your sort of your hair, your cloak, and everything is just billowing and blowing up and around you. It's very hard to kind of keep everything kind of out of your face and out.
It's like a Marilyn Monroe over the vent thing.
In hurricane force winds, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And whenever it gusts, you kind of have to brace yourself a little bit, as you do kind of have that like sinking feeling as it goes. You kind of get forced a little bit and move.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna fly, unless anybody else is doing something here.
I was gonna also go into the same portal.
All right. As you've kind of been looking around, about 15-20 seconds later, Akira just appears sort of back behind you. Akira, you see the same scene, Kendra standing there, looking around. The wind sort of hits you. You're also immediately kind of struck by a dramatic drop in temperature. It's pretty cold up here. And then...
Brave of you, Kendra.
Sorry, what did you say?
Very brave of you.
I'm very brave. I also have an 8 intelligence.
Well,
she is the bravest of them all. I hope she doesn't get too close and fall. As you see, both of you see a figure that sort of comes up, crawling sort of up over the top, kind of like hops down, and then sort of walks up, sort of leans their face in next to you, Akira. Why, hello there. And then steps over towards Kendra and kind of goes like right up in front of your face.
I do it back to
him. Where have we found ourselves?
This is Robin, Akira.
Ah.
I told you he's real.
Yes.
Oh, real as the wind. He sketches you a stately bow in which his leg like goes all the way out to the side, and he almost goes all the way down to the ground, and then he comes back up.
Are you here to help us?
No.
Okay.
I'm here to watch. But if it's advice you need, I perhaps can offer a voice for you to heed.
I would like
That's
some
okay.
advice.
I'm alright.
I would like some advice.
Ah. As he kind of like stops and then looks over your shoulder. Ooh, look to the horizon. Newcomers, come.
I look to the horizon.
Your call has been answered. Your allies grow. Make a perception roll.
Me too?
Both of you, yes.
21.
And 5.
No,
Natural one.
Akira, it's this way.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You, as you look off the other side, he kind of like grabs your head, like turns you around.
Mind you, on top of a mountain, there's nothing but horizon.
Yeah.
And that's fair.
Very true. Looking out, Kendra, you see it first, and Akira, it takes you 5 or 10 seconds as it begins to approach. But you see just sort of very gracefully gliding creature, sort of large, outspread white feathered wings, just sort of gliding and soaring, occasionally sort of like catches and the wind sort of gives it a drop in elevation, or it soars up and then comes back down. And as it makes its way closer to you, you can see that this winged creature has, in other words, humanoid body, is not wearing a shirt, but does have sort of white, sort of linen pants, and then sort of cloth wrapped feet, and swings in and then finally lands, the wings fold in behind, and Isra lands there and sees you and sort of looks over at both of you, a little bit quizzically at Robin. I've been sent forth by Athena to provide you counsel.
Oh, give him a big hug.
Just sort of
I could never be happier to see you.
Well,
Judo chop.
I am grateful to see you are well. You found yourself in a dire predicament, I see. Ah, yes, dire. It is dire.
Yes, dire. So, I don't exactly know what we're doing. Can you give us... We're searching for something, maybe? Some sort of key or something with
We need to get
great power?
elemental power from
Yeah.
here into the door, I think. And get back there.
Yes, and the portal has disappeared.
No way back till you get what you need. Perilous indeed. Well, if you seek elemental energy, it seems as though you are surrounded and immersed with it. Another sort of strong gust comes as you all kind of lurch over sideways a little bit to keep it. Yes. The Birdman speaks of wise things. I always trust any things with wings. So, he kind of like rests his head on the shoulder of Isra, and Isra just sort of like looks at him, but doesn't really react. The wind will blow with marshaled speed, but don't resist its pull, and you'll be freed.
So, okay.
So, this could go horribly wrong.
It already has.
Is there maybe a more straightforward answer than that quizzical one?
Robin, you know, if this goes wrong, I'm going to haunt you.
I've never been haunted before. That sounds wonderful.
What are you doing, Kendra?
So repeat back to me specifically what he said for just real quick, so I don't.
Let go and you'll be free.
Oh no.
I don't think that's really the answer.
Another flash of lightning just sort of streaks sort of almost horizontally towards the sky, and then another one strikes in. You can feel the whole ground vibrate a little bit, not like it's in danger of collapsing, but just sort of the impact from the strike.
Okay, the next time the wind blows... Alright, first things first, I'm gonna just cast a little gust of my own real quick, just to see that I can cast magic here.
Alright. It goes, and every time you cast something out, Robin hops over and goes in little gust.
Okay, next time that the wind blows, I want to let it carry me over the edge.
Oof.
All right. As you kind of approach the edge, waiting for the gust, Robin comes up and his head sort of rests beside you, and he sort of like looks down. A long way down. You'll fly for sure. He kind of like rubs his hand over your head. My poor little sparrow, face so sweet. Spread your wings and ignore those feet. And with that, a gust of wind comes up.
I'm gonna try and spread my wings and fly off the edge.
All right, so you jump over the edge.
Yes.
All right.
And you just hear, Kendra, no!
You see Kendra clear out over the edge. Kendra, you feel air rushing by you. I have to pick from the name of everybody. Why would I want to whisper the NPCs? Oh wait, no, that's not. That would be me posting stuff. I know what I'm doing. How do you whisper again?
/W.
Oh, because her name is not that's why.
I can change it. Hold on. Oh, I cannot. Okay. Wait, yes I can. There you go.
Oh, I have made everything go away.
I'm just gonna do...
Sorry, I believe the stream has likely lost things for a moment there. Make sure everybody is back. Excellent. I accidentally minimized every window.
Unlucky. You saw what I sent back, right?
You can send a roll to the GM.
What's the exact?
/ something.
It is
remember.
something.
Just roll an actual die and send it to me.
Okay. /GM roll.
Secretive things.
Did you send it? Okay.
Yes.
All right. As you go streaming down, Akira watching, you just see giggling and clapping next to you as Robin, as Isra's beside you, and sort of looks down, and you lose sight of Kendra. Those of you in the area, sort of the antechamber, waiting there, you see Kendra fly out of the portal itself and tumble across the floor, slamming into the wall there. Kendra, you take...
I take my ready to action and attack.
As I'm tumbling across, you just warhammer down on my head.
Kendra, you take 14 points of psychic damage as you, a little disoriented, look up and see everyone just standing, looking around down towards you.
Fun trip.
And your head is ringing. Your ears are just sort of pounding with this kind of like pressure, like they didn't quite equalize on your way down, and your head just is reeling.
Is this the ground?
Looking at the door, does anything change?
Nope.
Can you go touch one of those things while you're still all airified?
Carry me.
I drag her over to and have her touch one of the nods on the door.
No effect.
Okay, well. So is Akira gonna come flying out
Where
next?
is Akira?
Yeah. Is she coming next?
I was on this really tall thing, and it was a long drop, and there was winds trying to blow us off, and Robin was there, and Isra the angel was there, and Akira was there, and she was like, Kendra, no, so I threw myself off the edge, and I flew, and I'm here.
Well, that all checks out.
So
What really happened?
How's she gonna get out?
I don't know.
Okay.
Kira. Isra sort of paces around next to you. I'm admittedly unsure of how to counsel you in this. How the skies are fair, and I passed here. Perhaps you can fly with the spirit of Athena as well.
But what's the point of coming into the portal? Just to leap off? Don't I need to bring something back with me?
Perhaps the answer is in the flight
Robin.
itself.
Perhaps what?
The answer is in the flight itself. And Robin kind of walks over on the other side of you. What fright you fear of certain doom? Have no more fright than a common room. Alas, for if you do, it will be your doom. You're gonna die.
Yeah, that to me just says, okay, look, you were sent here by Athena, right? To guide me. And actually, that's exactly what I need. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. I'm still torn on the fact that I fear that if we open this door, if we get to the staff, that the words written about the shadow will come true. The shadow will come back. I don't know.
Light will always prevail if those who are noble are its custodians and take heed to not let the dark rise against them. But sometimes that takes a leap of faith. Faith in one's abilities. Faith in one's destiny. A simple leap is all it takes.
I just don't want to be the cause of something horrible. But I guess, as
Inaction
you say,
can also lead to things that are horrible.
Yeah.
Yes, it is so terribly
Why are you still
boring.
here?
Why are you still here?
Aren't you friends with Kendra? I'm talking with my person.
Oh. You are dreadfully interesting.
Oh, I'm not interested.
I thought all dragons fly. Go
Obviously.
be a dragon.
Okay, anyway, can we just do a prayer together? I just feel like that would make me feel better. And I am very scared, but you being here is a sign of good faith. And I just want to do a prayer with you really fast. And then, yes, I will take my leap as I turn and look at Robin. I guess I need to just trust.
If this will appease your mind, of course.
Yes. So we'll do a prayer, and then afterward I'll give him a hug again, and then I will wait for my gust of wind and take a leap.
Goodbye. All right. I will also do this.
Wait, how do you do this? Is it /GM rule? Yes.
Yes, it is.
It's so funny. Oh, it's unrecognized. That's not true.
You can just type /GM roll and then just type 1d20. I'll add all the other crap in.
Did it work?
Why are we giggling?
Oh, it worked.
Yep, I got a roll.
That's not with my...
Yeah, I'll add it in.
Stuff to, okay.
So plus 8 to 19. Okay. All of you out in the antechamber again, you see Akira tossed out of the portal in similar fashion. And you take... Let's see here. You take 13 points of psychic damage as, again, you just have this ringing in your ear, your head is reeling, you're sort of dizzy and disoriented.
So... we all have fun?
No. I don't know why we just did that.
Is this a we all gotta do it kind of thing?
I don't know.
Exactly did you do?
I went into the freezing cold and talked with Isra, and Robin was there. And
wait, Robin's not a figment?
Robin
no,
exists.
he's real. He is real.
Who is Isra and Robin?
Robin, remember when we were at that meeting and I told you that my friend Robin that gives me my power was there in the room, and you didn't believe me and you were looking around all grumpy, and well, that's Robin.
So you spoke to a patron?
Yes. But he's a good guy.
And
he's a little silly, but
who is Isra to you?
Isra is a disciple of Athena, my goddess. He helped us before, so.
Did they impart any wisdom? What did Isra impart any wisdom?
He actually did not know exactly how to guide me, but he did make me feel a little bit better. But I still don't understand the point of what we did. We just stood in the cold, and then a gust of wind took us off the face of the cliff, and then we came back.
So you were just blown off the face of it before you could explore any further?
Yes. There's nothing really around. It's just lightning and wind. We're on a mountaintop. I thought maybe that I would have to bring something physical back, but they didn't think so.
Perhaps we can try anchoring ourselves to something so we don't get blown off.
They seem to think that we just needed to leap. I don't know.
Interesting.
Okay, I guess we should keep. I mean, it's not like this has accomplished anything.
Yeah, I'm very confused.
This is too much like a puzzle for me.
I go through the portal.
All right.
Wait, which one?
The same one, the air one.
All right. You find yourself appearing on the other side, and again standing on.
Nobody remember the hourglass?
The standing on top of this very large cliff, and you see Robin and Isra there. Robin kind of gets up and claps. Hello, a new face.
Oh, so I guess you're Kendra's androgynous tree person.
Yes, he has wings. Isn't that it? No, it's me. It's all right, buddy. It's just like, who?
So,
Tebrin's sidekick needs to show up.
Do you hear that?
I have a sidekick. Do I hear what?
Shh! You can't hear it if you're talking. Kind of grabs you by the arm and pulls you over the other side. Someone's climbing. What good timing!
I look down. Do I see someone climbing?
You do indeed see somebody climbing. As finally they reach the top, you see a hooded figure go, looking under, just sort of, the hood comes back a little bit, and Arisha is there.
Surprise.
Tebrin?
Yeah. Alright, things have been a little... when was the last time you saw me exactly?
It's hard to remember. It's not a linear passage for me.
Well, things have been getting progressively less linear all around. So just indulge me for a quick second.
Well, I'm a little bit worried about potentially destroying your agency in future timelines, but yes, you were over Karut's body in Arador.
Okay. Sorry. God. I regret that question now.
It's usually best not to know these things. If it's any consolation, it's likely an inevitable event.
No, please stop. So it's been a while since the Isle of Remnants.
She just nods.
Insight check.
Alright, make an insight roll.
$24.
Alright. Seems a bit distant.
What?
More so than she usually is.
Is it the kind of distance that I was seeing back on the Isle?
No. There's a little bit of a unfocused nature to her, where there's usually like a laser-like focus in what she's doing, and you've always known her to have a very good memory.
Because there's no good way to ask, are you real, is there?
She sort of looks down at herself. I mean, are you real?
Are any of us?
She kind of like don't know how to answer that, Tebrin. It's...
Look, truly, what the fuck? Who are you? Whose side are you on here?
Well, yours. I was clearly brought here for some reason.
I mean in a greater cosmic sense.
I don't understand. I'm not on any sort of cosmic side. I merely want to help my brother in this moment.
But... Roswell's parents, were you just maintaining timelines? Or was it just like, it's easy for me comparatively to accept the fact that you were able to brush aside with, you know, what's already happened has happened, whatever. But are you working with Agthuman?
Everything I've done has been to help you.
That's not us answering the question.
I'm not aligned with anyone. Our family... Well, you're the only family I have left, and so I'm here to help you.
Do I believe her?
It's up to you.
Roll the vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the 24 insight going.
And what is that telling me? Like, am I just getting the sense that, like, that same sort of, like, unfocused, like...
Yeah, that
do I get
persists.
the sense that she's... to anything that she's saying when she says that she's unaligned, is she telling me the truth?
It's very difficult to read, her. There's no... It seems like there's a layer of either sincerity or dishonesty that's just completely missing.
Okay.
Like, there's not a whole lot of what's really meaning or intent behind anything she's saying, which is a little odd.
Well, alright, if you're here to help me, help me.
Well, you're clearly searching for something, are you not?
I seem to be.
Well, perhaps, you need to bring it back with you. It's elemental energy, right? And another sort of gust of wind flares up as the clouds again sort of circle around. I mean, you're surrounded by it. Why not immerse yourself in it completely?
Well, so far that doesn't seem to have done much for anybody else.
Well, perhaps they're simply not as receptive. Perhaps they're too close-minded in their deals with others, and it is freedom of someone like you that needs to be applied to this problem.
I don't know. Kendra has it in her to be pretty fucking free. But he steps up to the edge, looks down.
Yes. I mean, it's a simple leap of faith. Ah, yes. One
You shut up.
Closer.
I haven't made any deals with you. I don't need to listen to your weird tree language. Kind of like looks back at Arisha again. You know, I'm still not... I don't know what the fuck is going on here. And I wish that one thing about you, for once, would make any goddamn sense. Just once. And then he just, like, he steps up, he kisses her on the cheek, and then he falls backward off the cliff.
Alright.
Pulling her with it.
You do make a wisdom save. We won't do this in secret anymore for the sake of...
Wisdom save?
Yes.
That was almost a nat 20. That was a 3.
All right. The rest of you, waiting back, see Tebrin hurled through the portal again. Tebrin, you take 21 points of psychic damage as
you shouldn't have went backwards.
Spin out, and it just rings in your mind, and it feels like the worst pulsating migraine as your vision is a bit blurred when you come back out. Your ears are ringing.
So I have a theory. Now hear me out on this. I think we need to go back in again. I think. What did you see, Tebrin?
I saw my god's damn sister.
Right.
I run in the portal.
No, this is all awfully convenient, right?
It's extremely convenient, and I don't know, I'm not even convinced it was actually her.
Yes, I think we need to kill or attack whatever it is there, because it's an illusion and it's all bullshit.
Right. Roswell.
Yes.
You enter in there, and you see Arisha standing there, and sort of impish man that is doing some dance around Isra, who just sort of slowly kind of like turning and watching him. Again, the wind howling past you, cloaks and robes billowing about, and as you kind of turn and survey the scene, Arisha kind of steps aside, and you see somebody standing just behind her, kind of comes sort of out of the mist just into view. Doesn't say anything. She's kind of maybe about between 4 and 5 feet tall, short for sort of a human or an elf, but very tall for a dwarf. She just sort of looks over quietly at you. You look lost.
And I think you're found. I found Dad back in there.
He's been around for a while.
Where have you been?
I've been many places.
Yeah, so have I. So that's not real specific.
Well, I suppose, like the wind, I've traveled about, lost, like you, but perhaps I can help.
Will you jump with me?
This is not my place. It is for you.
Come on, Mom. Do me one last favor.
I have many more favors to give, but I fear I am not strong enough to fly. But you, my child, I know you are.
I am pretty strong.
You are. If anyone can soar to the heights, I'm sure it's you. You are the one that remains.
I'm gonna jump, but I'm not running away.
You'll fly. I believe in you.
All right, I clutch my holy symbol. And I jump.
All right. You begin to fall. Wisdom saving throw, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Again, you see Roswell hurled back after a few minutes there, skittering along the floor. You take 13 points of psychic damage, again, reeling from the energy.
Okay, before anybody else charges in, we need to attack whatever's in there. It's not the people we think it is. It's some kind of trickery.
Yep. Tevrin's gonna draw 2 daggers and go back through.
Wait.
Tevrin is gone.
Go, Namaris, go.
Should we all go?
No. Have you forgotten the hourglass? No. We don't all go.
How many of us go?
I was about to step in, but Tebrin felt like he needed another turn.
I think you should go in there now.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay, let's wait 30 seconds and then we'll go. He's not back.
Besides, I have it already figured out. I
You
just want to see what happens.
you pop back in. You now see 4 figures there, one that you did not recognize from before.
Yeah, it's like a whole party in here, isn't it? And I'm literally like just gonna be like, eh, and just I'm gonna huck a dagger at Arisha and be like, and as it's like in the air, just kind of be like, you know, what's a dagger between family? We've done worse to each other.
If there are illusions, that dagger should go off the edge.
All right, make an attack.
The
roll.
wind catches it, comes back.
Dagger. 20.
All right, throwing it out, it goes square, sort of towards Arisha's chest and just sticks in there, and she looks up at you, like her eyes wide, and just sort of falls. The other 3 of them sort of ready themselves, and you see her fall to knees and smash down onto the ground, and as her body hits the ground, it sort of turns into the sort of white smoke that's quickly bells away, and you can see in a brief instant you can see that there's a small sort of piece of something sort of gleaming sort of right in the center, and as you kind of look towards it, you hear I need to make a dexterity saving throw as a bolt of lightning slams into the there.
21.
And you kind of nimbly, just kind of hearing the crackling and the hum in the air before, are able to jump out of the way. So you will take half of this damage.
Give fucking anything for evasion, but go on.
10 points of lightning damage as the woman you don't recognize just sort of puts her hands up. We don't mean any harm. We're here to help you.
What was it that's on the ground now?
Do you want to bend over and investigate it?
I would like to not put my back to these whatever they are, but yes.
They're on opposite sides of you, so you're kind of...
Yeah, okay.
You can see what you can see. Make a perception roll.
Sorry, hold on. Bookkeeping damage. Make a perception roll. 29 off a natural 20.
All right. Looking at it and kind of just casting quick sideways glances either way, you look down and what you see is a very clear either crystal or glass piece that looks like a wedge of a quadrant of a sphere.
All right. Can I scoop it up?
Yep. You pick it up.
So, the rest of you got gifts for me?
I didn't know it was a gift-giving party.
Most parties are.
That's not true. I throw many. Perhaps there are other gifts you can find. Joy of flight will ease your mind.
You see, there's been a lot of jumping off cliffs recently, and all it's given any of us is a headache.
Ah, practice makes perfect.
And also, I'm, like, 99% sure you are full of shit. I think it's a
Only
character
99.
trait.
Are you willing to
So you're saying there's a chance?
Take 3 innocent, well, at least 2 innocent lives.
Folks, if my sister was really here, do you really think she'd have gone down that easily?
I don't know your sister.
I do.
That makes sense.
I'd hope so at this point.
Well, do you though? Wait.
Perhaps if you intend us harm, we can share a secret of flight with you. Perhaps it will aid in your descent.
I am all ears.
If you wait for the wind to gust when you jump, you will have missed it. You must gust, wait, and then jump. And the gust will meet you and carry you upwards afterwards. If you jump before it gusts, it will catch you.
Trevor tucks away the thing that he has found. All right. I will back up towards the edge of the cliff, not turning my back on them.
They kind of part for you.
I am so confused by literally everything that is going on right now.
Just kill them, please.
But
Don't
it
make
feels
us
like
go back in again.
I killed mine.
Right, but you got like a quarter or something, right?
Right. It's not like there's 4 portals.
It was like half a hemisphere notch in the door.
A quadrant
correct?
was used.
Yeah, okay, sorry, hold on. Am I not understanding what the door looks like? Does the thing that I got look like it would fit in the door?
It would not fill the whole space. So like
How
if you
much
had
of the space
if you
does
have
it fill?
if you had a sphere, right, and you cut it in half and then you cut it in half again, you have one of those pieces.
And the hole in the
So
door
I
is a
would need
sphere right
an-
now, right?
And the hole in the door looks like it will take a full sphere.
So I
Right.
have 1/4 of it.
Right, and so because 4 of us have gone in, that thing is split into 4 people, so 4 people need to be killed.
Alright. Ay. Gonna get blasted right off this mountain by lightning, is what's gonna happen.
Go ahead, kill my mom.
Just fucking zap her ass.
Luckily, Roswell has already forgiven us, remember?
Exactly.
No, I haven't had a chance to mentally save my mother, so forgiveness is off for her.
No, you said I already forgive everybody.
It's true.
Isra does step forward towards you, Tebrin, a little bit. The power of the gods looks over you, even though you do not look towards them. They watch and protect. They will guide you.
Man, I don't know what that means.
You're gonna let this preacher talk to you like that? Just fucking get him.
A little Kendra hops onto your shoulder.
Kill him all.
Just like,
And a little Akira over here. I'm not sure.
Don't do it.
Let's read about.
You already killed one. Just
We gotta do the research first.
you've already killed your sister. That's the hard part. Just start shanking them. I'll kick him off
When
the
young
cliff.
birds fly, do they not first need to be kicked from the nest?
Boot his ass off the cliff.
Listen to my voice. I know what's best.
I don't think so.
Don't make me come down
She's
there.
under
No,
duress.
I am going to, not waiting for the gust of wind, step backward off the cliff again.
All right, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god.
That was amazing, by the way. Wow.
16.
All right, 16. Very nice. You take 13 points of psychic damage as you're hurled from the portal.
Yeah, I think we just gotta straight up kill him, boys.
Right. So just for complete clarification, is there one hole that is a sphere, or is there 4 separate holes that are all spheres?
There are 4 separate holes for 4 separate spheres.
Okay. All right. Is anybody else going to do it, or shall I go kill them all?
Go for it.
So when we go through the portal, is there like a period of falling before we hit the thing, or just appear on the thing?
I mean, it's kind of like.
Actually, it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna go through, and I'm just gonna agonizing blast 3 separate bolts. Zap, zap, zap.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
I will.
Or 3 attack rolls, I guess.
And a wild surge.
No,
it's a cantrip.
Oh.
All right. So you dive in and you sort of quickly see the targets and you go. You strike the woman that you've never seen before flat in the chest. She kind of falls back, crumbling to her knees, and just sort of looks up at you. You can see like a single sort of like tear streaking down as she collapses.
Flip her off.
She looks a little like Roswell, maybe.
Yeah.
Flip her off with both hands.
Wow.
Isra standing sort of on the far end, sort of like puts his hand up to slow, slams into him again, just sort of goes, and you can see chink, falls. And then your last bolt, as you go to aim towards your patron, just sort of goes a little bit wide. They have all died. Now we can really play and have some fun. I'll hold your hand. Come on, let's run. He sort of moves towards you.
Hey, Robin. Rhymes are dumb. Not really. I love you, actual Robin. Please, this is a fake Robin. Just agonizing blast.
All right. And with that, right in front of you, slams in, and it sort of hits his head, snaps back, sort of tumbles end over end, and then as another piece of glass or crystal lies there. And you can see there's 3 shining pieces just on the ground.
I'm gonna run at them and scoop them up and throw myself off.
All right. As you go, a gust of wind sort of catches you, and you sort of just glide very gently, sort of spiraling down, and then you see Kendra landing on her feet. The portal turns gray behind. Kendra has 3 pieces in her hand, and Temperate has 1.
I hand off the one.
The leap of faith wasn't jumping, it was murder.
Oh, I
Sometimes
suppose I distract.
You just have to murder indiscriminately.
I think you took the wrong thing away from that, but... Shh, Groot, we don't want to hear from you.
I'm gonna go and put the 3 quadrants I have in the 3 quadrant hole, and then beckon over for final quadrant.
I will hand over it.
All right. As you join all the quadrants together, they sort of seamlessly fuse, and you can see inside just sort of this swirling kind of white cloud, and it goes right into one of the 4 sockets.
Also, I have a headache.
And
Good
that
job,
is
team.
where we will end tonight.
I stepped through the. Oh.
That took so many more portal entries than we figured it out after me and Holly, but we went in 4 more times before we finished it.
I honestly didn't think we would have to kill them.
The second
Maybe you didn't have to. I don't know.
The second that Arisha was climbing the side of it, I was like, nah, this is some illusion bullshit. This is too convenient.
Yeah, I don't think we knew it. What after you and Holly? I think it took. To me, it took.
I knew
Kevin
it.
going in.
You know what it tipped it off for me? The angel not knowing how to give advice. I was sent by the god to help me. I don't know.
Well,
that was
That was a weird thing. So I'm like, seems like they are trying to prevent you.
And I only just jumped in because I thought it was funny. And not funny, but interesting choice.
Yeah,
you do know what your mother looks like now.
Yeah, I do.
I was hoping that you're going to exchange some words with Asdalia Risha other name.
One thing, Roswell, that you did take away from that, because you have a high enough sort of passive perception, your mother does not look like a dwarf or an elf.
What does she look like?
A combination of both of them.
Half dwarf, half elf.
12.
Huh.
Oh.
A new race?
Not a new race.
A very, very old one.
Is it? Like the...
Fucking hell.
Oh, I just understood this.
Is this like the drow equivalent of a dwarves?
No, you know who it is, right?
What?
No, you know who it is.
We'll let all of that sink in and ponder for a week, and
Dora,
we'll come back next week.
What dwarf elf civilization do we know? Oh my god. Wait, wait, any second. Any second now.
No.
What
I
temple
don't
are
understand
we? What temple are we in?
Yeah, no, I know that the Ria Rakul were... There's some sort of connection between them, but we haven't had any proof yet of that being like a physical, like, new subspecies.
Roswell's mom's Ria Rakul.
Well,
I guess
all the different combining of the architecture and stuff being.
Oh my god! Because she appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah. I guess I always presumed that the story that it wasn't like that the Ria Rakul themselves were elves, and that they had it was like more of a coexistence as opposed to an actual like.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Right, but everything we're getting is the fact that they started to mix. But so the story that my dad told was that she appeared from there out of nowhere, and that's how they met. She was just down there, and that's how they met.
Interesting.
Elves.
Did you want closure?
There was just so much in this one. Like I had to stop writing. Okay?
Yes, I did it. I win.
Don't worry, I'm going back this week and I'm
watching it,
finishing it out. Yeah.
The other thing that was so hard tonight is that I'm sorry. Are we still on?
Yeah, we are, because you guys wouldn't let me do the outro. So.
Okay, do the outro.
Thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure. We're a little bit over time, but I wanted them to at least, get to one sort of successful revelation in all of this. So tune in next week where we perhaps explore some other portals and maybe find the staff of the elders. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Roll20, for your sponsorship. Check out the website. It came out today, rollitslant.com. And we'll see you next week.